Those are the ones before you. Thank you very much. Yeah, cheers. I missed it. I thought it went down for Claude. Yeah. I was second and I thought, oh, I'm a second. You well?
Yes, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm good.
Yeah, good.
Fancy Mark.
He's around.
Is he running around? How's she doing? Thank you. Well, good one. She's really good. Yes. Hoping it was like that. Yeah. Okay. It's good to say now. No problem with anything. I just didn't want to ignore it. Oh, well, that's good. Wow, it's neat. Good presents, to be honest. Good morning, everyone. Morning to our visitors up there in the balcony. Well, we've just got a break in the flying. We obviously started the competition, and we're currently flying kids scale. And our next flyer who's going to go out there to launch his model is Stephen Haynes. So thank you, Stephen. Hello.
I found this somewhere for almost nothing and I'm not going to do it. If it isn't one space.
Don't speak too soon, Bob.
Declaration 435. Did you get your declaration?
Yeah, thank you, Lord.
Not a problem. Don't worry about it. You can sort it out.
Yeah. That's the first time I was completely in the dark.
Yeah. We're really glad to have you.
A couple of weeks or so, isn't it?
I'll say.
I'm certainly putting it together.
I didn't realize there was a speaker over there. And I was really good over here, and then I suddenly thought, oh, this is very close to me.
You didn't go here.
No, I was
Oh, you
over
have that corner.
I was buying gussets from Haddie.
Oh, right.
Haddie's.
Yeah, they're quite good, aren't they?
Yeah. Oh, I forgot.
You need to do one as well. Are we going live at night? Go ahead, Jack.
No, the back. This morning, but I didn't take them in the middle of the night like I did the previous night. And when I got up, I took two out. And by the time I went to breakfast, because I did I sort of reconciled all the money and yeah, when I went to breakfast, I was having any effect. Oh, yeah.
Oh, did you know that was going? That's absolutely fine. I've lost.
Yeah. If people free from together, yeah. Richard Crossley's team.
Are you going to do anything?
I don't have. I mean, if you just sort of float across the city.
Yeah, sounds
I'll
interesting.
do that one. My his light on obsession.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, maybe that's the between long and far on.
Yeah, you know,
I'm going to try and do one.
That microphone's on whatever it is. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Is everybody awake? Yeah. Can everybody look this way and wave to the world? You are streaming live on YouTube as we speak. Yeah. Okay. Do we need to give instructions on how to wave to the world this morning? Good morning in Greece. Nice to have you with us again. You can see we have 10 watching live on YouTube. How about those out there in the big wide world? Putting in chat where you're from. Good morning, Tim in Buxton. Hope you enjoyed the feed for today. Good morning, everybody. We're now going to hand over to Paul Rich, event organiser extraordinaire, who's just going to give you an update on what's happening today. Over to you, Paul.
Thank you, Andy. What a wonderful introduction. I've never been called extraordinary before in my life, so that's an honour. Thank you very much for that warm introduction, Andy. Thank you to those of you joining us on the live feed today here at the University of Walsall, University of Wolverhampton. Gosh, yeah, I know where I am. University of Wolverhampton, Walsall Sports Hall. We're here today for our scale indoor free flight national competition. Those of you who've joined us yesterday would have seen our equivalent competition, but for indoor radio control. So different type of model today. Models that literally fly under their own power. So the aero modeler that's built them has had to what we call trim the model. And what we mean by trimming is they have to adjust the flight pattern to get it fly just right, so it looks authentic and realistic as a real aeroplane would fly. So it's quite exciting and a very traditional way of aero modelling. There are lots of different classes in free flight. At the moment, you'll be seeing the models fly via the stream. This is what we call our kit scale class, very popular class, lots of entries. Kit scale models are ones that are built from traditional kits that were marketed by various companies. They don't have to be built specifically from the kit itself, but they have to build exactly to the plan to ensure that it qualifies for the class. Lots of other classes as well. Our intermediate class is the next class up from kit scale. So models are a little bit more complex, a little bit more detailed. And then from that, we go into our open classes, which are the models that are just scratch built and built to a very, very high standard, and you're in for a treat with some of our entries today. In fact, you'll see some of them with our interviews later on today, because we're interviewing some of the aero models who have built those models and competing here. The observant people have noticed in front of me, you've got this rather wonderful trophy. Well, this trophy is awarded today to the winner of the kit scale competition, which is currently taking place. And it's a trophy which was donated by one of our sponsors, the Vintage Model Company, who are actually here today with us trading. So we're very grateful to Vintage Model Company for their ongoing support, as indeed we are to all of our sponsors. And somebody will be going home today with this wonderful trophy at the end of proceedings. So thank you for joining in. We hope you're going to enjoy the day and enjoy the flying. Speak to you all later. Take care.
Thank you for that, Paul. That's a very good introduction to the day. So Hopefully everybody's a bit of an idea what's going on. We will be press ganging various pilots as the day goes on and bringing you their aircraft to see. There are some lovely miniature scale examples kicking around and some quite small aeroplanes as well. So keep an eye on the feed and we'll keep you updated.
Good one. Yeah, it's a good one.
Standing up. Towards the end of the flight, you think Done the import. I think import. Yeah. We have to actually have to prove that we can. It's not
Okay, moving straight on to my brother, please. Doing that. Start looking from the back anyway. That's about right back.
All right,
Tak je to hnusný, jak to letí hezky.
Next up is Richard Crossley, flying a Fiat CR32. This is in the open rubber class. Richard's one of our leading indoor flyers and designers. You can buy his plans. I'm not on commission.
Yeah, it's a big roll up floor, then. What a chair.
Yeah, that's right. Five head. Oops.
We will write. So the flight judging, each competitor is over a maximum of 6 flights. The final score is the sum of the two highest selling rates. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And the highest flight score will be determined to use the determine the winner. Final score is two. Okay. Yeah. So two best flights to win. Yeah. It happens off. The target to what we base the final.
So currently we've got Henk from the Netherlands.
Oh, I just wanted to check the rules to make them essential. Thank you. Cheers.
That was a very nice flight there and landing.
Next up is Pete Farardell. Pete's one of the, well, he is the event organizer today. He's done an amazing job, quite incredible. So all respect to him. He's flying a Blériot. Pete always builds really interesting models, often from the Edwardian period and early days of aviation. He's just waiting for the green light so he can fly. Pete will fly this indoors and outdoors. He's a very regular competitor. True to style, it flies really slowly, very steadily. A little bit of turbulence.
Yeah.
Can stop now. That was a really good flight, really nice. There's an FK-43. This is the open class we're watching at the moment. This is Mats Johansson, who comes from Sweden. He comes every year. And those of us that go to a competition in Nijmegen, we all meet up and Mats is a regular there. He had a good day yesterday, winning open scale radio control with an absolutely beautiful F2B pusher World War I two-person fighter. But his open rubber model is a lovely little stamp. Lovely landing. Flights are judged on realism, speed. So the speed has to be slow if it's a biplane and fast if it's a jet. And they're judged on takeoff, climb, cruise, and the cruise is the crucial part of the flight, really. Get a lot of points for a good cruise. So stable flight, good height, aiming for something like 3 meters, maybe a bit more off the ground for the cruise, and then the descent and the landing. So this is Tonda Alfrey, who's come all the way from the Czech. No, it's not. It's George Kandakakis from Greece. DH Moth Major. It's great to have overseas visitors come. It's quite a community. That's a beautiful cruise, really stable. Not too much bank. Well done, George. George builds models with the most exquisite detail and always small. I think he's got a special set of fingers that I don't have. There's a qualifying flight time, which I think for open is 20 seconds, 15. 15 seconds for open class, intermediate class, and then kits go, there's 10 seconds. And Peanuts, which are up next, their duration models, 13-inch wingspan, and their target is to fly for a minute. Don't know if you can see the judges, but so there's two judges who judge the flight and a timekeeper.
Thank you, Paul, for that stint on the microphone. An excellent job. So in the next couple of minutes, we're going to have an interview with Martin Pike, and Graham will be interviewing him using his dulcet Scottish tones. Just need to clip that somewhere.
Okay, fair enough.
It's live.
Okay, well, good morning, Martin.
Hello.
Thanks for agreeing to come along as I adjust my position.
Right.
Okay, so if you want to just introduce yourself, how you got into scale aero modelling, and a little bit about the aircraft in front of us.
Sure. Okay. My name's Martin Pike. I'm being broadcast over it. I think actually my first model was about when I was about 17.
Okay.
I just like the idea of building stuff out of tissue and balsa.
Yeah.
But actually at the time, the kits were okay, but they were not as developed as they are nowadays. And particularly when it came to actually flying it, there was like, oh, well, you just fly it. And that didn't help. So they broke quite quickly. But when I got about 28, I tried again. And
Yeah.
with the benefit of the internet, actually a lot more information about how to actually get them to fly. And yeah, they fly. And I just think it's great to, you get a little few bits of balsa and you build it into something that actually flies. And that's always been a thrill for me. And to watch it just fly off by itself, that's
Yeah,
that.
you get a great amount of enjoyment
Yeah.
seeing something that you've created fly.
Yeah.
Now, it's also a good way to relax and take your mind away from sort of everyday stresses, stressful jobs and everything. And I know you wrote an article. And
Yeah, I did. So I'm a radiologist, doctor, but in my work, I don't produce anything.
Yeah.
I might work hard, but they're a few pieces of paper. That's it.
Yeah.
And to be able to sort of actually create something pleases me. So I spend a lot of time actually making stuff, and I think it's important actually if you have any job that you have something else to do. Something else that you enjoy, that you gain some satisfaction from and a sense of self from, because sometimes the job doesn't go as it should.
Yeah. And well, I for one know where Martin flies in North Wales, because I attended the event last year, and it's one of the most spectacular outdoor venues I think anywhere. And here we go, a little poster for this year's event. So do you want to say something exactly what it is and who's welcome?
Yeah, so anyone's welcome to come. Predominantly this is for free flight scale models, but any scale models or any models actually really. We are really lucky in North Wales. There's a big area that you can fly on, which for free flight you need a large area, and this is like a mile by a mile. And it's just to get together of people who are interested. And if you are interested, it's on the SAM 1066 website. If you look up May Welsh and SAM 1066, you will find it. We're welcome to come along.
And there's definitely not the confines of the walls at this venue.
No. Well, we'll do indoors as well, but only if the weather's bad.
But yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Martin, and good luck for the competition this weekend.
Thank you. Okay.
Thanks.
Well, thank you, Graham and Martin, for that. Very enlightening. Brian, is that Stephen Haynes? That's Stephen Haynes. Stephen Haynes, yes, that's Stephen Haynes. So that was Stephen Haynes with the book of Young Meister. Very nice flight there. So they're not going in that order. Yeah. So next up, we've got Richard Crossley with the Fiat CR42 Falco. Hopefully, we'll be grabbing Richard for an interview later on with this aircraft because it is simply stunning. Well, it was slightly abrupt ending after a very smooth flight. Well done, Richard.
There was a thing about the posts. Obviously, we used to have posts. Yeah, and it wouldn't damage the model. This will think the wing. Yeah, that was. Yeah. No. The barriers, obviously, it's still down a bit, it's probably down a foot, isn't it? Yeah. This is that's what the wing now, but that's bending the wing. Yeah.
Wolverhampton. Next up, it's Henk de Jong with a Koolhoven FK43. Very nice. This list I've got.
I'll skip the queue.
Who were you on here then?
Peter Brown, about 17 on the that's the one. Yeah. Yeah, well, you know they broke first time, so I'll have to go through the front.
Next out into the arena, we've got Peter Farardell with the Blériot 11. Very graceful flight, this. And what a smooth landing that was. Excellent. And following Peter, we've now got Mats Johansson, I think, with the Stamp SV4B. That's a lovely roll off ground. And another very nice flight there. Danny.
Greece. So it looks like a mark.
Next up, George Kandilakis with the DH Moth Major.
At least we've got a list of names. Right order now. Of course.
Make it too easy, boy.
As a confirmed radio control flyer, it is actually lovely to see the graceful flying of these free flight models. Excellent.
Brian? Don't wander too far up. I don't know where everybody is. That's this Ken Bates with the question mark, the flying question mark.
Oh, right,
So, well, no, I don't know if it's super marine or not. It's super marine.
Okay, so next up we've got Ken Bates. And very interestingly, in the list of showing what the aircraft is, it just says question mark. So you're as wise as me on this one. If you can see that live on the stream, please put in the comments what you think it is, because I have no idea.
Tim Paul, is it? Yep. D10.
Very nice, Ken. You need to come to me now and to tell me what your aircraft is.
I've got a question mark on my list.
Could you tell us what your aircraft is, please?
It's a DH Hornet Moth.
Thank you.
Just says question mark on it.
You do it in blue.
I'm talking about that one, I think. Yeah.
Well, this.
Yeah. I don't think that's a Hornet.
No, sorry, correction.
Oster J2 Special.
Thank you. So that's an Oster J2 special. Thank you. Thank you, Ken. Oops. So that was Tim Horn's RWD10, making everybody look upwards.
Is this Peter Brown? Is Peter Brown?
That's what I was saying. I don't envy you.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, so next up with Peter Brown with the Pete and Paul Air Camper. I don't claim any knowledge of that. I did ask for the pronunciation before he went out. Apparently very popular free flight model because of the big constant chord wing.
It's magic. I've got my fingers crossed for you. That's John Pete.
And then we've got Daniel Rax.
Oh dear. Looks like the Pete and Paul air camper was slightly afraid of heights there and stayed on the ground.
He said to me, so are you doing?
Next up, with a very nice example of the Lockheed Vega, is John Cooper. I do hope this is showing nice and clear on the live stream because this is such a smooth flight. Excellent. Round of applause, everybody. Daniel Rackstraw. So this is Daniel Rackstraw with a Booker Youngmeister. A little bit steep on the climb out there. But recovered for a lovely landing. So next up with Mike Stewart and the Blackburn Shark, who will be getting interviewed later on, telling us all about this lovely aircraft. Very nice flight there. We might challenge everybody later on and ask them all to fly right-hand circuits.
Is that the end of the open? It's the end of the open career, and we're going into the duration classes now. Okay. See.
Right. So if you didn't hear that, that was the end of the open rubber, and we are moving on to peanut, pistachio, and the duration classes now.
Yes, what they'll do is they'll talk to you.
Thank you, though, John.
So we will be getting a number of people out in the flying area and flying, so commentary will be a little bit more difficult. But we have an interview coming up soon. with Pete Farardell, his collection of Edwardian aircraft. Just switch view to the pits area there. You can see it's still very busy, lots of winding going along. On the back wall with our static judges judging away. So a hive of activity. And a nice collection of pistachio models taken to the air in the flying area. Go for it, I'm Spectator to go on.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our visitors in the balcony. Good to see you here supporting us today. As Andy explained, we're currently into our duration session where there'll be a lot of flyers out in the flying area flying their models. It might be interesting, if you're not familiar with the rules, if I just explain to you the different classes and also the way that the flights are scored, just so you can see what we're working towards. So the three classes that are currently taking place are peanut, pistachio, and no-cal. Now, the peanut models are models that are limited to a 13-inch wingspan or a 9-inch fuselage, and it's a duration class with an element of static judging. So they're lovely models, very accurate in terms of their build. In terms of the flying, which you're currently seeing, a peanut model, the maximum flight it can actually gain is 60 seconds, so a minute. The way that is aggregated, you will see some of the flyers flying their models from off the ground. That's what we call a rise off ground or an ROG takeoff. If the competitor uses that as the method of launching their model, they'll get a 10-second bonus for that actually occurring. Their then maximum flight would be a maximum of 50 seconds. So that's the way that they get their 60 seconds maximum. For a hand launch, the flyer will get a maximum of 60 seconds if they reach that level in terms of duration or exceed it. It's exactly the same for pistachio. So the flight scoring there is exactly the same. But the no-cal is a little bit different because, as you can probably see, the eagle-eyed amongst you, no-cal models tend to be, shall we say, a little bit on the thin side because they're what we call a profile model. And in terms of their flight duration, they can, because they're nice and light and they fly quite slowly, they can get up in the rafters and they can be up there for well in excess of a good flight to probably be 1 minute 30 seconds, 2 minutes. So for no-cal, essentially the amount of time that the model is up in the air is the duration of the flight. We determine a flight by the fact as to when the model hits the floor or lands on the floor. Let's hope not too many hit. We don't want any accidents today. So that gives you a little bit of an indication as to what you're seeing, and hopefully you'll be quite impressed by not only how well these smaller models fly, but also in terms of the amount of time that they spend in the air. So enjoy our duration classes for the next 40 minutes or so, and I've just been told I'm standing right in front of the camera, so I'm moving. So enjoy the class and thank you for listening. By the way, if any of you in the gallery are feeling a little bit thirsty and want a drink or a bite to eat, the burger van is situated in the car. This is true. It's situated in the car park and it will be here till 2 o'clock. So if you want to get any refreshments, the burger van is there for you to actually use. Thank you for listening. Enjoy your day and we'll speak to you again later.
Thanks for that, Paul. It's nice to have somebody who knows a little bit more about what's going on than me on the microphone. So we are now going to move to an interview with Peter Farardell. So here's over to Graham, over to you.
Okay, back again. So Pete, you've obviously been competing for quite a number of years, both indoors and outdoors in free flight, but this year you're on the other side, you're one of the contest directors, so how are you finding that?
So far, not too bad, a bit
Yeah.
nerve-wracking. As you say, I've been coming since, I think 2011 was my first time at the Indoor Nationals. And I've always been used to just rolling up and everything's been ready. So this time it's been a little bit stressful, but in a kind of good way.
Yeah, I mean, there's a very big team
There's
now.
a very good team. And Mike Stewart, who did the job before me, handed over everything in really good shape. So he's given me a lot of help. So yeah, I'm a small cog in the machine, really. But,
Yeah, but an important cog. I mean, organising an event of any sort of size, a lot of people don't realise just quite how much work's involved.
No, I don't think I did.
Yeah, but it hasn't put you off.
No,
Back,
it's good.
put ideas to constantly improve for next year. But yeah, in front of us, as you can see, is Pete's Blériot. I've had the pleasure of seeing this fly a good number of times, and it surprises me quite often with its performance. But why a Blériot, Pete?
I've been slightly obsessed with the whole story of Louis Blériot's Channel crossing flight in 1909 since I was a boy, really. And I don't know, I love that whole early era of aviation when everyone was just trying things, and it was a kind of a very exciting time. And as far as I'm concerned, they could have stopped developing the airplane in about 1915, and that would
have suited you.
That's when they perfected it, I think. Yeah. But this particular aircraft, as I say, it was so such an achievement at the time, flying over the English Channel in a plane which was really seriously underpowered, very unreliable engine, and somehow he did it, and that was the first time anyone had flown from France to England.
Yeah, and so in terms of construction of the aircraft, what materials have you used? Is it all conventional?
It's all conventional balsa and stick construction, really. Yeah, so it's you can see it's got a very thin wing, very sort of deeply undercambered wing, which I think is the secret of its slow flying, which is quite tricky to do, really, but it worked out well on this one. So.
Yeah, and the undercarriage, is that sprung in any way?
The undercarriage is sprung. It's sort of sprung just on the springiness of the wire, rather than the real Blériot, which had all sorts of elastic and springing in it. I didn't make these wheels. I found those in a shop a long time ago, and they were just kind of waiting for me to do that model.
Yeah, so that obviously determined the scale that you built it to.
Did, yeah.
Yeah, and then this aircraft's rubber powered, and I must admit this aspect's a sort of you build up your experience as to
Yeah,
what
mean, it's not-
thicknesses, the number of strands, and then has this got a threaded motor or
a braided motor, yeah.
braided motor?
Yeah, because it's, I
So-
mean, I think it's got a very, very short nose, which
Yeah.
is bad news really for any sort of scale model because you tend to need a lot of nose weight just to get it to balance. So I wanted to keep all the rubber in the first section of the fuselage. And also the back section obviously is uncovered. It wouldn't really take the strain of the rubber motor anyway. So all the rubber peg is just behind the pilot. So yeah, it's got a lot of rubber in it. It's got 10 strands of 8th rubber, which is a lot really for an indoor model. But braided, so it takes up a shorter space. And yeah, wind it up a lot, and it just about makes the 15 seconds qualifying.
Okay.
It's always slightly doubtful, but
as I said earlier as well, you also fly it outdoors.
yeah.
So is there any like significant trim changes with that?
I don't
Do you
really
use a
change it. No, I
different
mean outdoors
motor?
there's usually a bit of a breeze, so it tends to get a bit more height anyway, which
Yeah.
helps with the duration. I mean, occasionally it has got quite high. It's a little bit hit and miss, but I know same motor outdoors, and it copes quite well with the breeze, which again
It
is
does.
surprising.
Yeah. Yeah. And so what's next on your hit list for
Well,
your next subject? Because I know you've got a shorts.
I've got a shorts monoplane, which is sort of similar kind
Yeah.
of thing to the Blériot, which is really just an excuse to build another Blériot with that quite thing. So yeah, so I've been looking at other ones. There's a lot actually in that era, sort of monoplanes with this sort of open rear fuselage, which are obviously all originally based on Blériot's design because it was so successful. And there's quite a few, so I've sort of been sort of looking at those, and I mean I do build other models as well, but I always come back to this era certainly. So I'm not quite sure what's going to be next.
But yeah, come along next year and then you'll find out.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Thank you,
Okay,
Pete.
thanks, Graham.
Thank you, Peter and Graham.
All
Move
right.
back to a view of the flying area for a short while and keep tuned for further very fascinating and interesting interviews later on and a view of more stunning aircraft. So we've 8 or 9 flyers out in the flying area at the moment. A nice collection of biplanes and high wing cabin type models flying around. The timekeepers are busy scribbling away as well.
Hey, John. Let's do best exactly. It's fine. It's fine without. Yeah, this one's been okay. Yeah.
Yeah, far side of the horn is quiet. I mean, it's only been changed on the last year. I just need someone that was aware. That was what I wrote. Yeah, need to wind it up the north. Yes. I'll do my best. Thank you.
Have a quick look in the pits area there. You can still see there's lots of furious rubber winding taking place.
I'm amazed it recovered a little bit. Yeah, it looks like a massive cave.
People say they couldn't see from the pitch. If you want to see, stand at the wall. Yeah, so people smash them on. If you're up on the balcony and you want to come down and have a closer look at some of these aircraft, you are more than welcome.
Yes, I was thinking I missed the wall from before because it's less damaging. I always break my leading edge on cage legs. Yeah, that's really good. Alright, George. Yeah, yourself. And you can beat in today. Yeah, one of your own? No, Killcraft. 40 seconds.
Well, yes. Well, I'm very similar to
It's descending now, but it's still close to descent. Oh, you can say more. It's just let's have a go at Pete. I didn't have a go at Pete. I did a Naismith Cougar really early getting back into the hobby. They just do fantastic with that thing. I think he's like just a little part of the back of the car, or 15 not my time. He's just keep flying. I think I broke it in Jersey on holiday. For years. Yeah.
So I've made my way up to the balcony and the spectator viewing area for a slightly different view of the flying. Unfortunately, we haven't got any cameras that we can get up here. So those on the live stream will have to take my word for it that we can look down on the aircraft flying. So it's a bit of a different viewpoint. So hopefully for future events, we'll have some method of wirelessly transmitting from cameras. So please write into the BMFA and ask them to provide me with the equipment. We've a number of youngsters up here spectating, watching the flying, and they're very much enjoying it. Are you enjoying spectating and watching the flying?
Yes.
Are you?
Yes.
Yes, it's good to see some youngsters watching and enjoying. What about Dad?
Absolutely.
Dad's loving it too. We do hope those watching from home are enjoying the live feed. This is a new departure for us, effectively a trial ahead of the World Scale Championships that will be taking place at Buckminster in July. Tickets for spectators should be going on sale in the next couple of weeks. Planning from Minnie Graham and the team has put together is going exceedingly well. Developments at Buckminster ahead of the championships. The new shower block will be ready to go. So all steam ahead, it's fair to say, and hopefully we'll be doing regular live streams from the championships, and we are planning an evening, a bit like they do at Wimbledon for the tennis. You have a Today at Wimbledon. We're going to do a Today at Buckminster broadcast every evening from the Scale World Championships. Bit of an update on the day and interesting interviews. So just launched below me in the flying area. If my very limited scale knowledge doesn't desert me at this point, I believe an electric taube needs a little bit of trimming, I believe. You'll probably have to take my word for it that there is a lovely peanut scale biplane flying in the arena at the moment, but I'm not sure it will show up too well on the live stream. It is tiny. Hopefully we'll get a very close look of that later on with an interview with the pilot.
Ja? Dat is gewoon onderdeel van de vlucht. Oh. De wanden en de vloer niet. Hij heeft even duidelijk gemaakt. Ga je die voor je of zet je die op de grond? Hè?
Right, okay.
We will have another interview or two coming up shortly, but in the meantime, I think it's worth a little bit of a shout out about some of our sponsors. So, sponsors Micro Aces, so thank you there. Also, planesrevive.com, do check out their website. I'm just working my way through our little program here so we can see. Permagrit Tools. And the Vintage Model Company, who are here today, and we will be doing an interview with very short. Got a selection of kits available to buy. And another shout out to Sleck Manufacturing. And your one-stop shop for speed controllers and electric motors, Formax. Wheelspin Models and Hobbies. That's wheelspinmodels.co.uk. Modelfixings.co.uk. That's my shop for servo screws. A shout out to Motors and Rotors. And Model Shop Leeds. That's actually my nearest model shop. Spent rather too much money in there over the years. Right, hang on. I'm going to pass you over to Brian, who tells us a very interesting one about to fly.
So he sets his model up with the radio gear, but because it's free flight, he's then not allowed to touch the handset once he sets the motor running.
Right, thank you, Brian. Brian is one of our most enthusiastic volunteers. He's always happy and smiley. It's good seeing him without his sunglasses on today, actually. Right, so he's airborne there, off the takeoff dolly, very nicely. Hands off the transmitter. That's cruising around very nicely. Staying well away from the wall, so he's not tempted to grab the sticks. And safely down on the ground. Excellent stuff. I understand that this particular model, he actually flew yesterday in the radio control nationals. So you only need one aircraft.
What class are we on now? CO2 electric. Right. All right, okay. Make sure I'm on the right camera.
So we're on the CO2 electric class now.
So I've got Derek now. Wings, Sunday with the wing. Do we know what it's flat?
We've got another question mark. So next up is Derek Knight, who's just preparing his takeoff. This is another one of these question marks on my running order. But it does look rather like a tiger moth to me. That's a bit of a scale nose over on takeoff there, unfortunately. What is it? Right, next up we've got Graham Banham with, I think, our only 4-engined entry into the free flight today with the AW Ensign. So this is four electric motors on this one. And he's rolling off the ground there, lovely. That's a lovely rise off the ground. I do hope you can see that on the live stream. This is stunning. That's so smooth. Just coming down to touchdown now. Lovely. Excellent, Graham. Well done. What name was it again?
He's known as Tonda.
All right. So next up is Tonda, or Anthony Alfred. We're going to give him his full name with a Curtis Condor AT-32C. Now, this one, again, it's probably not something you'll be able to see on the live stream. Free flight model, pardon me there, a bit of a Freudian slip. Free flight model with retracts. That's the motor spooling up. And a lovely takeoff there. And that's wheels up. That's cruising lovely. And the wheels have come back down. as he's starting to descend. No idea how he's doing any of this, but we will ask him later on when he gets his interview. And what a fantastic landing that was. Not even a hint of a bounce. So next out in the flying area, we've got Richard Crossley with the Grumman J2F6 duck. It does look rather like a duck, to be fair. Sorry? Apparently, the BMFA on-sec says it squawks as well. Where I'm from, ducks quack, but apparently East Anglia, they squawk. What a lovely takeoff from the dolly that was. And that's cruising around very nicely. A lot more graceful than an actual duck. And a super smooth landing. Absolutely nothing like a duck lands. Lovely. As you can probably hear, a nice round of applause for that. Well done, Richard. Don't forget your dolly.
So you can see on this one here, doing a back so
Right, so we've another dolly takeoff coming up. So they're actually quite popular in this class of the float planes. This is George Kandilakis with the Avro 504.
yeah, no, absolutely. Come back around two of these, and then where he says, I can't hide amongst the crowd.
There was another excellent dolly takeoff there into a nice smooth cruise. I'm still waiting for somebody to fly right-hand turns, but it would probably throw the judges a bit. Just dropped a wing there, just coming into land. Do you know who this is? Derek Knight. Derek Knight with a question mark. Tiger Moth, yes. So that was a little bit brief from Derek Knight there. The wall intervening with the Tiger Moth. Hopefully that will be back again later though.
It's a nightmare. But
Next up is Graham Bannon again with the AW Ensign. 4 motors. And there he goes. Lovely rise off the ground again. This is such a graceful thing to watch. It's a very graceful cruise and now into its landing roll. That was an immaculate landing. Well done, Graham.
Yes. Graham, stop wandering off.
So it's Tonda again now with the Curtis Condor AT32C. This is the one with the retracts. So here he goes on the takeoff run. A lovely lift off into the cruise. Wheels are up. Lovely couple of circuits there, and the wheels are back down as it starts to descend. It's now onto its landing circuit. Oh, that's one wheel down, two wheels down. Excellent. As you can see, there was a lot of appreciation in the hall for that flight.
And so I was going to tell you, doing an interview with Paul and Haddie momentarily, just over there now.
So we will have an interview very shortly with Paul and Haddie from the Vintage Model Company, who no doubt will be bringing a couple of their wares to show off. Do check out their website for some lovely scale model kits. Next up in the flying areas, Richard Crosley with the Grumman J2 F6 Duck.
There's a window next to the
Right, here he goes, spooling up. And a lovely takeoff from the dolly there, very smooth into its cruising circuits. And slowly starting to descend. Into what was a very smooth landing and a slightly abrupt halt at the wall. Very nice, Richard, thank you.
The end of the CO2 electric.
That's the end of the CO2 electric class. Right, next we've got the intermediate class. This is another of the open categories. Yeah, and we're doing the interview now, are we? So we're going over to the interview area where Graham has lubricated his vocal cords. I'll get there first because Graham's hurt his back, so he's struggling to walk. But do everybody stop to make him laugh because that makes him wince as well.
So this is
HADI.
Right. So we're just sorting microphones out, get everybody mic'd up properly. Got to be careful with Paul's; it doesn't get caught in his beard and muffles.
It's occupational
I am
hazard.
tempted to get a pair of scissors out and just give him a trim. So.
On the other pen.
Is it pivot at the back? Or do you have to lift it? Yeah, you do.
Come on, Graham, you only have one job.
Oh.
Right, so I'm going to pass over now to Paul and Haddie from the Vintage Model Company. Over to you, Paul.
Thanks, Andy, and thanks to everybody on the live stream and the people viewing from the balcony. It's my pleasure to introduce to you all Haddie Khan, who is the proprietor of the Vintage Model Company, or VMC. VMC are an absolute treasure in the world of traditional aerial modelling because they're one of the few companies around, certainly in the United Kingdom, that still build and produce model kits in the traditional way. So we're very grateful to Haddie for keeping the company going and for selling us his wonderful wares. In fact, the eagle-eyed will notice that there's a model on the turntable in front of me, which is a model of a Hurricane, which is from the Magnificent Flying Machines range, which are part of Haddie's range of models, designed by Andrew Darby, who's competing here today. And this particular model, which is finished in an 85 squadron colour scheme, was built by Tony Rushbury, who's the chairman of the CLEMAC Model Flying Club up there in Lincolnshire. So well done, Tony. You made an excellent job of that model. So we'll bring Haddie in because you don't want to just hear me talking all the time. So Haddie,
yes.
Obviously you own a model aeroplane company, which is the dream of many of us in this room. In terms of when you choose a prototype of a model, what type of factors do you have to take on board in terms of the prototypes that you design?
Sure. Well, initially, we obviously needed to cover all of the most popular models that the general public would know and love and would be most likely to buy. We're obviously a commercial company, so it's really important that you know anything we make has to be saleable.
Yes, of course.
So we started off desperately wanting a Spitfire, obviously, because we sell lots of those. We got in touch with Andrew Darby, who's competing here today, spoke to him about designing us a range, and he came up with a great idea of basically having a range which started with an easy to build model that you could then work your way through from simple single-winged, high-winged models, easy to fly, right the way up to the Spitfire. So we started with a sort of a 6-model range.
Yes.
We've now pretty much covered all of the most popular and most famous planes, and so now it's a tricky one really to sort of decide what the next model will be. We'd wanted a Lancaster for a long time.
Yes.
And we now last year we came up with the 25-inch Just Jane Lancaster.
Fantastic.
From East Kirkby. We've done a tie-in with the museum at East Kirkby. Basically, £5 from the sale of every kit goes towards the restoration of the Lancaster there. And Chris Long, who designed this, he will be, he's in the process of designing a Mosquito for us.
Wow.
Because that is, again, another model that we get asked about a lot at various markets. And
absolutely fantastic. We'll look forward to that with anticipation.
So that hopefully should be ready for Christmas. That's the plan for this year. So
my dad's here today in the audience. Dad, you know what I want for Christmas now. So thank you for that, Haddie. Now, obviously, there are going to be a lot of people watching on the live stream, Haddie, who may be inspired by what the fantastic model flying they're seeing today and fantasy building, and may be inspired to think, you know, I'd like to have a go at building a kit. I'd like to have a go at making a scale model aeroplane. From your range of models, which kit would you suggest for somebody new to aerial modelling and perhaps scale modelling? Which kit would you think would be a good one to start with in terms of building first?
Definitely the first one to build as a scale model would be something like the Cessna 140 or the Cessna Bird Dog.
Yes.
Nice high wing, beautifully balanced, not too hard to build at all. But you're still looking at a sort of 20 to 30 hour build.
Yes.
if you've got a youngster out there who's sort of interested in getting into it, wants a quick build, you want to be able to build on a Saturday morning, be out on Sunday flying, something like the VMC Buddy is the way to go. It's all balsa, no tissue to mess around with. Once you've nailed that, we've got the VMC Pilot, which is similar but has a covered wing. And yeah, they're just great. We sell a lot of those into schools. They work perfectly as sort of DT projects.
Fantastic. And I can attest to the quality of the flying of a buddy, because I almost lost my own buddy at Old Warden. I had quite a long retrieval to get it back. So yeah, they do fly really well. They come endorsed by me in particular. So if someone wants to get in touch with you, if somebody wants to buy your wares, where would they be able to find you?
Very, very easily through, it's just vintagemodelcompany.com. We sell all over the world. Any orders over £30 are basically free delivery in the UK. So yeah, it's very easy to very easy to buy just from the website.
Yeah, and of course, Vintage Model Company not only are proprietors of fine balsa wood flying models, they also supply all of the sundry items such as rubber propellers, etc., that all of us aero modelers need. So if you're looking for something to build next, we'd really recommend you to get in touch with Haddie and see what he's got to offer. So Haddie, thank you very much for your time.
Cheers.
And enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah. Cheers. Bye all.
Thank you, Paul and Haddie there from Vintage Model Company. Do check out their website for some very interesting kits to buy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure working with you, sir.
So we'll switch back to the flying area for a while. It's still the intermediate class taking place. Don't forget, everybody watching on the live stream, to post your jokes to make Graham Kennedy laugh, because it hurts his back. Next out in the flying area, we've got Martin Pike with the Oster J4. So that's a launch from hand. And he's down safely with one or two kangaroo hops there. Graham?
This is Ken Bates, the Hornet Moth. So did a nice circuit, but then has lightly gone off course into the fence. It's question mark. This is a Bristol 138, is it? So we've got Chris Blanche striding purposely out into the flying area, who has a Bristol 138. That's a very nice roll off ground takeoff. Into a nice cruise. And descending to only one or two little bounces there, but a very nice flight there from Chris.
I've got the dog's birthday present, and then I carried on solid instead of.
Hang on. So this looks very much to me like a Sopwith Camel, CO2 powered, Chris Brainwood. Sadly, a little bit of a nose over on takeoff there.
Give me all this.
We're into
Peter Brown.
Yep.
So next up, we've got Peter Brown, currently stood in the flying area with the Piper J3 Cup. He's organising for a roll-off ground takeoff. There he goes. It appears to be slightly afraid of heights, does this one? If my running order is correct, this is John Cooper with a farm and cart postal. Nobody's yelling at me telling me I'm incorrect, so hopefully that's correct. And that's taken off lovely. And safely down. It's Dave Crompton. So where are we at now? That was John Cooper. This Stephen Haynes. Right, next up in the flying area, Stephen Haynes with a curry watt. So quite a brisk cruise with this one. It's now starting a slow descent. And safely down for a very nice landing. And next in the flying area with Daniel Rackstraw and the Super Decathlon. And that's nice and safely away. Quite tight circuits there. He's down on one wheel. He's showing off a bit here. There we go. That doesn't look like a Feasel Stoke, and you don't look like Peter Smart.
Peter Smart's not here.
Right, okay. So, you're not even on this list.
I was, but they put me to the back, so I broke the motor.
Right, okay.
Farardell.
There you are. Yeah.
So who was-
S42 monoplane.
Yes, that's right. We like Stuart before we left. We have Pete start now. Pete starts up.
Yeah, well, you're not on my list. You can't fly. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, right. Okay. Well, we'll just have this one.
Oh, Pete.
Peter
Smart's
He's
out.
not here. Is this
Then I don't
Peter?
know.
Is this Peter Stan that wake
Yeah,
up?
it's a
Yeah,
Waco,
that's not
yeah.
Blackburn, is it?
No. No.
So we've got Peter Startup out in the flying area now with a Waco SRE. And that started up lovely. Leapt into the air. A nice descent and landing from the Waco there.
It's Mike Stewart. Yeah.
Next up, Mike Stewart with a Blackburn Ripon. Yeah, it's a rubber-powered aircraft here, and that's taken off lovely. Oh, what a stunning landing that one was. Excellent. Well done, Mike.
Oh, sorry. No, no. Sorry for stopping you.
Sorry. Yeah. I can do that.
Right, just a bit of information for everybody. If you want to take part in the glider competition at lunchtime, can you please make your way to the BMFA table where Paul will register you in. And also shout out, we've got some Aero Modeler annuals. These are getting very, very rare and everybody needs to have at least one copy. So make your way to Graham, he'll sell you those. Meanwhile, back in the flying area, we've got Peter Farardell with a short S-42 monoplane. Ah, look at him run. And just to prove that the BMFA board members do know how to build, we've got the BMFA on Secretary Paul Hoey with a Myers M1 Special. Paul was on commentary earlier with his dulcet tones and did an excellent job, much better than me. Oh, that's a lovely gentle takeoff. Very smooth in the cruise. We'd expect nothing less from Paul. And a nice gentle descent to a perfect touchdown, judges. I think you'll agree. Well done, Paul. Lovely. It was lovely. It's the Oster J4. Sorry, J4. Yeah, the J4, yes. All right. That's not. So that will be the. Is that Dave Crompton?
Yeah,
Yeah. Good. So Dave Crompton marching out to the flying area now with the Oster J2 Arrow. And away she goes. Lovely takeoff there. Nice cruising circuits. And minor technical difficulty as the wall interceded there. It was flying beautifully as well. You're not on my list. It's Ken Bates with a question mark. On him off. They keep giving me a running order, which has got lots of question marks in. So. Come to this.
He's rewinding. He's just
Yeah. Next up, Richard Crosley, Piper Pawnee 150. Lovely smooth takeoff into a very graceful cruise. And safely down with just the gentlest of little bounces there. Very nice, Richard. Thank you. Next, we've got Henk de Jong with the Cessna C37. That one leapt into the air. Nicely cruising round. And touchdown. So we're out of order, are we? So next we have an Oster J4, built and flown by Martin Pike. So a hand launch from Martin. And it's away. Good. And well, if you're watching that on the live stream, it was entertaining, but different. Novelty marks, I think, required from the judges there. So next we've got the young and sprightly Kenneth Bates heading out there. They've put question mark on my list, but with my extensive knowledge of asking people things when I don't know, this is a Hornet mod. And Kenneth's going for a lovely takeoff from the ground. And a nice circuit, but then down and landed.
is Chris Blanch. I don't know the who's. Yeah. Is this Chris Blanch? Yes.
So Chris Blanch here with the Bristol 138. Very quick takeoff. And this is cruising around lovely. And into a nice landing. Little bit of a bunny hop there. Chris is followed by another Chris. This is Chris Brainwood with my favourite aircraft from the First World War, the Sopwith Camel. This one's CO2 powered. And he's away. Yes, he's in the air. It's yes, and he's down. Possibly a little bit of trimming required there, but it is a lovely looking aeroplane. Next, Peter Brown with the Piper J3 Cub. And that's a lovely takeoff there. Round into the cruise. A few very nice circuits before starting its descent. And a very nice touchdown there at the end. John Cooper up next with the Farm and Cart Postal. Very nice roll off ground takeoff. Into a very nice, gentle, graceful circuit. And a slow descent to a very nice touchdown. So Stephen Haynes out in the flying area next with a Curry Watt. And he's away. Quite a quick circuit for this one. Quick but graceful. Slowly descending now. And a very nice touchdown with just the one bounce. Well done, Stephen. So we've got Daniel Rackstraw next with the Super Decathlon. Just waiting for the nod from the judges. He has the green light and off he goes. It's a very smooth cruise. Oh. Oh, that was a shame towards the end there. Yeah. I was flying lovely and just ran out of space. So next to fly is Pete Startup again with the Waco SRE. And that's another one that leapt off the ground. A nice, slow, graceful cruise. And down he comes. Nice landing. So back to Mike Stewart now with the Blackburn Ripon. So that's nicely away. It's a lovely scale model, this one. Underslung torpedo. Some lovely circuits and down to a very gentle touchdown. Another one from Pete Farardell now, with his very much favouring the Edwardian designs. The short S42 monoplane. And that's away. Oh dear. A few hops around on the circuit, but back down.
Oh, right. I think he's still wrong.
Colin Charman, editor of the Air on the Ground. I've tapped him up. He's quite interesting.
Kits go, yeah, that was the end of intermediate. We're on to kits go.
Have we got a flying order?
We're back to the original kits go flying order.
So that was the last of the intermediate flights. And next up is kit scale. And I've got Brian here looking lost. Who are you looking for? Doug Hunt. Where are you, Doug? Stand up, make yourself known. He's heading his way out there now.
Go on and see if you can get me a running or proper running order for this. That's in name order, and if you don't know who they are, it's not a lot of help. Kit scale, yeah. Find him on here.
So this is Doug Hunt. And very helpfully, my list has got a question mark. So we'll have to capture Doug on the way out so I can find out what it is. So, but it's a very nice takeoff. So, very nice flight and safely down.
Doug, what is it?
Right, so that Doug's model there was a Veron Luscombe sedan. This is what happens when you give a commentator who doesn't really know a lot about scale models the microphone.
What's next? Brian, we know who this is.
Yeah. These co-workers.
All right. So next up, we've got Andrew Darby with the Ercoup Keelcraft kit. I understand Andrew is a designer of quite a lot of the VMC kits. And it's a nice takeoff there. Into a very nice cruise. He's getting a little bit close to the far wall, but I think he'll be okay. And down safely. So next we've got Henk de Jong. This is the DH Pushmoth, the West Wings kit. Here he goes. So a very nice takeoff. Very nice cruising circuits. And a gentle descent. And he's down.
Gary Flat. Gary Flat? Flat?
Yes.
After Gary.
No. Just the.
You said no. Oh, right, well, I don't know. I see green.
Right, next up we've Gary Flack with the Aronka Champion, a Veron kit. And a nice smooth flight and touchdown.
Anyway, I'll tell you this. His wife's not.
A bit of a short pause. We've got some furious winding going along in the background. Right. So next up, this is where the failure in my list is not helping. It's Mr. Greenock, initial C, but we don't know what the C stands for. And it's a Compass Swift, and Swift indeed, that was off the ground. Still climbing, but low enough so it misses the beams. And down it comes. Very nice.
This. Oh.
Graham.
So next up with Stephen Haynes with the Taylorcraft.
I've got the list, but it's like, top of this list, it should be 10 griffins.
And he's away there. So that's straight off.
James, where is he? Who is it? Oh, go and have a look at him. Thanks, Graham.
So a nice graceful flight from the Taylorcraft there, safely down.
What's supposed to be? What's this one, Graham? It's not on the list.
So this looks very much like a Sopwith triplane, which doesn't seem to be anywhere on my list. So I couldn't tell you who the pilot was. Clive Anderson.
Yeah. This is Graham Banham, isn't it?
Yes.
So this is Graham Banham with a Jodel D9 Beeb. Cruising around nicely. Oh, down for a very gentle touchdown there. Just dipped its nose and just flared out nicely. I'm sure that was all planned. So according to my list, we've got Chris Blanche next with the Urco. Do yell at me if I'm wrong. And gone for the hand lunge. Sorry? All right, so I'm completely wrong. This is actually Gert Brendel with the Grumman Hellcat.
More than you could ever imagine. Things you not thought about.
That was a very quick one there from Gert. So a gentle pause for a moment now while Brian is busy herding cats. I think we should get him an electric cattle prod. That will herd the cats much quicker. We'll get them out there.
I don't think it's me. So Mark's just winding up. Oh, is he?
Is it? Brian? Mark Richards?
Mark Richards, yeah, he's just winding now. He's got a really nice football fun night.
So we've got a very nice Focke-Wulf FW190 Veron kit coming up next with Mark Richards. Although he's busily winding at the moment.
I mean, it's an aging
So here's Mark now, the Focke-Wulf FW190. This is a rubber-powered Veron kit.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure I'm the best person to do the
So that's Very quick takeoff circuit and oops. Okay, a little bit of trimming required on this one, we think.
What's it like? Danny, do you know who this is? Do you know who this is? Okay. Do we know what the aircraft is? It's not a tail aircraft, is it?
I thought that was another aircraft. So you've just done that, wasn't it?
That's not a tail.
No, it's not. Explain to the airport.
Oh, right.
Well, you'd already announced that.
We did, but they've gone. So that one there was Chris Blanche with the Urco Air Coupe, going a little bit out of order just to test me. Next one, I believe, is Peter Startup with the Tailorcraft.
Message if people want to wish to go and see me, so they take it on street.
Okay, just another reminder, everybody, if you want to register for the glider competition that's taking place at lunchtime, you need to make your way to see Paul Rich now and register. Meanwhile, Peter's Tailorcraft is lovely circuit up there, just missing the beams in the ceiling. Perfectly judged. And a nice slow descent. And touchdown, just missing my camera, which I'm quite pleased about. So next we've got Mike Stewart with the Comet Kit Luscombe Phantom, I believe. So that's a nice roll off the ground takeoff. Quite tight circuits. And down. So next into the flying area, we've got Gerard Brinks with the Fly Baby. And it's up. Nice graceful couple of circuits. And down.
This Peter Brown.
So next we've got Peter Brown with the Andreasen BA4B. So this one's cruising nicely now. And descending to a very gentle touchdown. So next into the flying area, we've got Bernard Bruins, who is flying a P51 Mustang. This is one of our vintage model company, one of our sponsors, so a VMC kit. So the Mustang is away. Very gentle takeoff. Oop. So circuit low to the ground and down. Let's caught that. Assuming this is junk. So we're on that one out.
Give me a sec. I'm going to get the blanks filled in. No,
Right, sorry, I was just distracted for a moment there. We've got John Cooper in the flying area with a Hawker Heart. This is a West Wings kit. This is doing some lovely circuits for us. Okay, so that's down there, the Hawker Heart. Just been informed that at 12:30 we have got an interview with Colin Charman, editor of the Aero Modeler. So, the second best modelling magazine, following the BMFA news, of course.
So from a scroll, but that's filled all the gaps in for you. So that's showing everything.
Right, smashing.
Okay,
I can't really comment on those.
Well, that's lunchtime for you.
Yeah, that's not going to be lunch. We need open rubber. I need to pack this. Who's this? Is it David Cowler? It's not Tiger Moss, it's either David Cowler or David Crompton.
It's not David. It's a compass Swift. It's not the. Is kissing the compass Swift on it?
No. So we had somebody sneak in that doesn't appear to be on my list, so I don't know who that was, but we do believe it was a Compass Swift. Next is definitely the Cessna Bird Dog. So this is David Crompton with the Cessna Bird Dog. So the bird dog's away. Nice gentle takeoff into a cruising circuit. A little bit on the low side, and he's down. And next out into the flying area is Paul Hoey, this time with the Tiger Moth. So electric powered this one. That's a very nice smooth takeoff. Very nice cruising circuits. And into its descent. Come on. Oh, just running out of room, which was a shame. That was going lovely. Graham, who's this and what is it? So we've got Tim Horn out into the flying area with a Stinson Gulfhawk Jr. That's nicely away. Nice gentle climbing circuit. And then a slow descent. And safely down. Next, we've got Richard Crossley, P51 Mustang. So this is cruising nicely. And descending nicely to a very nice touchdown there. Well done, Richard. So Derek Knight. And what's the aircraft? Is that called? It's a what? Is that a Piper Cub? So we've got Derek Knight up next. Yes, this is another one of the flying question marks. Oh, we've got one going to the right. I think novelty bonus points for that. But unfortunately, just ground looping there.
No, he's
Adam Parker with a tiger moth. Next up with Adam Parker, who we believe is in his first indoor scale competition with a tiger moth, another of the VMC kits. And that's off nicely. Nice, gentle cruising circuit. You've got to love a tiger moth, haven't you? Aren't they just beautiful? And a nice touchdown. Well done, Adam.
Are we waiting till this round's finished? We might as well wait till this round's finished, haven't we?
So next we've got Martin Pike with the Cessna 140. So that's nicely away. Couple of gentle circuits and a gentle touchdown. And finally in this round, we've Daniel Rackstraw with the Cessna Bird Dog, another vintage model company kit, proving very popular this weekend, and of course one of our sponsors. So that's the Bird Dog away. Lifted off lovely. And a nice gentle lowish circuit, but very graceful. And then descending. And a nice gentle touchdown. So I believe that's the last of the kit scale flights for now. And we're going over to our interview area, where we have got somebody's picnic on my seat, which is not a good idea. I am going to hand over to Paul Rich. Yes, Paul is going to be interviewing Colin Charman, the editor of the Aeromodeler magazine.
If I can get this clip to fit.
Once we've mic'd him up first.
There we go. How's that?
Wonderful.
There we go, gents. Over to you.
Thank you, Andy, for that wonderful introduction. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you're enjoying today's proceedings as much as we are here live in Walsall. I'm really pleased to be able to introduce to you Colin Charman, who is the editor of Aeromodeler magazine, which I'm sure many of you out there, those of you up in the balcony, out here in the competitors area, or even people on the live stream will be very familiar with Aeromodeler, which is one of the main, in fact, probably one of the only dedicated aeromodeling magazines in the world that's still dedicated to to free flight and control line models. In fact, Colin and I were just having a quick chat and we worked out between us, and just to say Colin wasn't the editor at the time, but Aero Modeler was first published back in the mid 1930s. We think around about 1935. So it's been going quite a while, and just for a little gap in the noughties, it's been going steadily ever since. In fact, we're selling here today as part of the Heritage Centre at Buckminster some old Aero Modeler annuals, and this is the one from 1954. The annuals were published up to 1978, and as you can see, this one is quite fetching because it's got a marvellous illustration of a Mark I Spitfire on the front cover. So I think that's quite a nice introduction to Aero Modeler and what it means to all of us within the Aero Modeling community. Colin, as the editor of our favourite magazine, what's one of the biggest challenges that you have to deal with on a monthly basis to get the magazine published?
Well, that's a very good question, Paul. Biggest challenges. These days, actually, I'm in a very honoured position that I get a steady stream of contributions and articles from contributors. That was a bit of a challenge a while back, but people have really risen to the challenge of that, and I now enjoy a steady stream of articles, so that's terrific. Biggest challenge, I think, perennially with any monthly magazine is meeting that monthly deadline, getting everything ready to go to graphic design and enter the printers and the online digital outlet to be ready on time.
Fantastic, great answer. And you spoke there, Colin, about, you appreciate those contributions that come in from readers. Yeah. If anybody out there watching the live stream, for example, would like to contribute an article to Aero Modeler, how could they contact you and be able to make that happen?
Yeah, they would be very welcome. The easiest way to contact me is by email. The email address is editor, E-D-I-T-O-R, editor @aeromodeler.com.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Colin. And the e-glider, amongst you will notice that on the turntable in front of us is a glider, which Colin has actually built. So he doesn't just write about model airplanes, he actually is active making them as well. And this is a model of a primary glider, which was a trainer glider from the 1920s, 1930s, called a Drifty. And Colin's actually going to be flying this in our glider competition, which is going to be the next event taking place over lunch. And Colin told me earlier on that this model has got a little bit of a checkered past, Colin.
Well,
would you like to tell us a little bit about it?
It's got a bit of a backstory. So I originally built one of these from a turn kit originally, American turn kit. And I built one of these in the early 1980s. I built it as an airframe to hang in my workshop, as an ornament in my workshop. And through various house moves in the ensuing years, it became fairly badly damaged. And then after Christmas, I thought I really should make an effort to build some sort of scale glider for the indoor scale nationals. And this, of course, came to mind. So I dug in one of my old model boxes. I found the remains, that the wings and rear fuselage and tail were irretrievable, but I did manage to salvage the front fuselage. So the front fuselage still actually says Turn Model Aero Kit on a little label, which was on the printed wooden panel, and Drifty Primary Glider, where there should be a pilot sat. So the front fuselage is over 40 years old. The rest is more like a few weeks old.
Fantastic. What a tremendous story. It just goes to show how old models can have a tremendous new life. And we're going to get to see it fly very, very shortly. Yeah. So thank you for explaining that to us, Colin.
You're
really
very
interesting story. And thank you for your time.
You're very welcome, Paul.
Thank you very much.
And just to say that I've been flying outdoor model gliders, contest gliders, since I was about 9 or 10 years old. And when that annual came out, I was 2 years old.
Wow.
But this is my first attempt at indoor scale gliders. So.
Great. Well, good luck in the competition, Colin.
We shall
good luck
see.
in the competition. Great. So thank you for your time.
Okay.
And
Thank you,
thanks
Paul.
everyone out there for watching.
Thank
Take
you very
care.
much.
See you soon.
Thank you. Bye now.
Right. Thank you, Paul and Colin, for that. So we are going to have a little bit of a break from the commentary to give my vocal cords a bit of a rest.
and to have a sandwich or two. We will keep the stream running. We have about to be doing our glider competition. So I will flick over so you can see what's going on in the flying area. So I'll catch up with you shortly. We're going to have to grab Paul to tell us why he's put his handkerchief on the floor. Is this the target? He may well have just put it on the floor because we've no deck chairs for him to put his towel on. He's run off.
I reckon you'll get to about wasn't Farardell, was I? Give me 5 minutes.
So Paul is very busily signing people up for the glider competition. And as you can see, there are a number of people in the flying area sort of preparing themselves and girding loins and trimming and various other bits and pieces.
Three or four out to get things. Usually like that. Every Christmas and every birthday I got a brick. By the time I got to 18, I built a small wall. Not very high one. I don't expect so. Who? That's why I don't. We have confirmation that Paul's handkerchief is the target. The only reason he's put it out on the floor is it's been a target all day and he's been carrying it around. You can have.
Okay. Oh, let's get, yeah. What we're going to do, if I can have everyone's attention, please, those participants in the glider competition, before we make our way to the launch area, the balcony, Can I get you to line your models up, please, along the perimeter, so we can see the so can I have the wrong space? Sorry, pressing.
Exactly. Blue eyes and all. Good.
You couldn't swallow yet. Just about to start. Oh, you've got one. Well, I've got a plan. Oh, I inherited a.
Jag tror jag ska dra till honom. Är det ditt som är skalan?
Alltså där handlar det kanske en sån där, finns ju någon sökling G9 finns det något som heter.
Ja, det kan det vara. Det är eller?
Den flög skit i, det är ju Richard Cross, den flög helt suveränt. Likadant Fondas skulor där, de vill såklart mest.
Dave said he had an issue with the bending the nose in film of the front. Oh yeah. Because it's very short distance between that and the next frame. And now that's a little room and bending over to. He did put a slightly wider form. It didn't have the right shape. And just found it was able to lift through and then treat the hinge. What I do is flat with the company. The battery goes in behind the nose. So that's the coming crack. I actually found an article in the 2005 Modern magazine building that original wrestling kit. And the chap who built it, in fact, Stuart Marsden wrote the article. And the chap who built it had exactly the same problem. They just had a legal around it by gluing bits of wood either side of the fuselage sides, and then slowing it down. Oh, right. You know, by the time you get the nose into the, it's a bit big. You just something does to get the colours to us. Yes. Oh, yeah, no, I didn't think this. Yes. Well, there was a few no, the kit manufacturers wrestling is kit. Oh, good. It's half away.
Thank you all very much. Thank you for your patience. If the parents can retrieve their models, make their way to the launch area.
Would have had one in the series. No, he in a. What about the line with the series? Still like yours. I think there's a new if there's anything going on. One of the things it was. So we say it was not when you see there was a problem. He gets this people in the hospital.
They were around for a good while. I just wonder if that was there because they tended to be quite basic shape. You know, something like, but not that close. And the simple structure like all that is. All cheap. Maybe a Skyleader airplane. By the structure of it. Don't be wrong. Idea. No, the Nikon now.
That's a line. The parachute.
Right, so launch is taking place from the balcony. And I understand they're aiming for the handkerchief, so not quite sure why that one got a round of applause. And the next one's away. Right, a little bit closer.
Which kid is it? Bill Hannum playing off altitude. Blimey. Thank you.
Right, you should be able to make out the handkerchief there that they're aiming for. Oh, that was about 20 feet away, that one that's closest yet. The safest place to stand might actually be on the handkerchief. So, next one. Interesting. Yeah. That one there, that's using the gliding like a brick method. Oh, this one's smooth. Smooth and slow. Slowly descending. Is he going to... No, he's not going to trouble the handkerchief. But what a very graceful descent that was. Best so far. And here's our next offering. Very nice looking glider. And it's a lovely glide. His aim was a bit off, but it's a lovely glide. Very smooth. Oh, we've got a biplane glider here. A little bit of a steep descent, but Oh, this one's looking promising. Nope, he's overshot. I do realise for those watching on YouTube that they are quite small and in the distance, so you'll have to do with me letting you know what's going on, I think. So that's a very nice glide. He's aiming for me. Yeah. I think the issue here is Paul's handkerchief could have probably done with being a clean one, and then they might have decided to land on it. Who's next? Oh, slow. Oh, a bit steep. I think they're all coming to do some retrieving.
Yeah.
As you can see, they're all coming out now to retrieve the gliders. Are they going again? This is the question. Yeah, it's always nice when you pull in a volunteer commentator and don't tell him what's happening. Not just me that doesn't know what's going on, Graham doesn't either. Oh, it does look like they are returning back upstairs for another go. Are they having another go, Paul? Paul on the balcony. He's not listening.
I don't mind. I can take it.
Right, so they're preparing for the next launch. See if any of them are going to bother troubling the handkerchief this time. So here's our first. So they will have all expertly trimmed them this time, having judged what happened on the first flight, and we're expecting a peppering of the handkerchief. Right, oh, an inverted launch, yes. Yeah. Now he's changed his mind. He's not going for the inverted launch. He's going for the traditional right way up launch. Oh, and look at that glide. Look at that. Not too bad, not too bad. That glides exactly like an elephant doesn't. I think that's our closest so far. Another one that's looking quite promising. Ooh. Oh, they are definitely improving on this round. So I think by Wednesday next week, the handkerchief will be completely full of gliders. Ah. Okay. Nice length. Your aim was off. Here's another one. Oh, it's got a bit of a left turn on it there, turning away from the handkerchief. Oh, interesting. This one is a very gentle glide. He's going for the duration rather than the target. Very nice. Now then, what's happening here? Oops, a bit of a right turn on that one, which is almost unique for today because everything else has been going to the left. Now then. That was a very nice line. That was heading towards the handkerchief, but unfortunately pulled up short. Right. That's Peter Startup. And that's looking very good. Oh, that's the closest. The closest. Missed the target by a mere 6 inches. Or 15 centimetres for those of you on the continent. And that one was determined there not to get anywhere near the handkerchief and immediately went to the left. Who's next? This is Matt's. And he's away. Oh. That's another one with nice length, but the aim was off. Yes. Well, this one's looking good. Oh, bit short. Now then, so that's the end of round 2. Mons is having a quick launch from the floor. No more successful than any of the others. Right, so they're all heading back down. We're still waiting for Paul to tell the world how many rounds they're doing. He's studiously ignoring me from the balcony. So here they come. A fine body of athletes heading out to retrieve their aircraft. Right. Oops. Oh dear, that we nearly had one go crunch then. Somebody wasn't watching where their feet were. Thankfully, it was more of a kick rather than a stomp. All right, there. Oh, it looks like the pilots are keen for a round 3. Just waiting for the nod from Paul. No, not you, the other Paul. Right. So I've got we've 2 Pauls here. One of them's looking around nonplussed. So we're waiting for the nod from Beardy Paul. Right, so our elite athletes are back on the balcony, ready to go for round 3. Of course, as we know, model flying is the most athletic of sports. Here they go. So the first one up. Who's going? Oh, is this going to be a mass launch? Oh, this is looking ominously like a mass launch. Oh, no, there's a refusal at the first. Here they go now. Come on then, a mass launch. Yeah, sometime today will be good. All right, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Looks like there may be 8. Come on, the world is watching with bated breath. And I'm ready for a donut. Here they go then. Come on. On the count of 572. Right. Shall we do a countdown for you? 5, 4, 3. Oh, no, they've refused. They've refused. These high-class athletes, they're very pretentious and, you know, very pernickety. There we go, you see. I was obviously counting in the wrong language. How very graceful. Excellent there. A lovely mass launch there. And... oh, the last 2 touching down almost simultaneously. Well done, everybody. We may have a winner. We don't know yet. All we know for certain is the handkerchief remained completely untroubled for the entire event. So here they are now, our elite athletes returning to the floor to retrieve their gliders. And then they will be going for a short afternoon snooze before the remaining flights of the afternoon. There will be a pilot's whip round for the a little bit of money to get some shoes for one of our glider pilots here. I think he may have mislaid them. Right, we are ahead of schedule, I'm told. So we're going for a 10 minutes trimming cum snoozing session, whichever you prefer. Oh, yeah, that's why we have trimming sessions. That one just missed us. So as we know, those of you watching from home will be thoroughly enthralled by all this. So we are going to give you a 10-minute rest from my voice. Don't go away, though. What do you mean, thank God for that? So after this short trimming session, the next class is the peanut, pistachio and no-cal, which should be around 1:25 to 1:55. That will be followed by the open rubber flights 3 and 4. That then followed by kit scale flight 3, followed by open CO2 and electric flights 3 and 4. Another round of peanut, pistachio and no-cal. Then the final round of the intermediate scale flights 3 and 4. And then we've got the wacky air race, followed by the prize giving. And that will be it for this year's Scale Indoor Free Flight National Championships.
Okay, I'm going to start the keynote.
Double Graham. Right, I'm going to hand over to Graham, who's interviewing Graham. He's not talking to himself, like that whole morning. Actually, swear words because he's back to
Just abuse.
Hand you over to Graham Kennedy. Graham Khan. There you go. Over to you, Graham.
Thank you, Andy. So we obviously saw this aircraft flying a little bit earlier, Graham, and very impressive it was indeed. So if we can start first of all just with some specifications, what the actual designation of it is and how it's powered.
Absolutely, yeah. It's actually an Armstrong with AW27 engine. It's a 1938 airliner, largest airliner in the world at the time.
Yeah.
Big lumbering beast at the time. I picked it as a subject really because of its stability. The proportions of it are high wing monoplane, long tail moment, large tail surfaces, and it lent itself with its structure to a fairly basic box fuselage structure.
Okay.
And also it lent itself to 4 electric motor power, and that's all via Atomic Workshop Zombie speed controller and also Voodoo 10 electric motors, all wired to the same speed controller.
That's what I was going to ask. So it's one single speed.
One cell, one speed controller in the center of the fuselage. Typical issues with multi-engine free flight models in the past has been synchronizing the power from all air motors at the same time, be it rubber or CO2. And that issue is alleviated with electric. When I enable the speed controller, all the motors start.
Okay.
They all run at the same power, all run for the same time, all stop at the same time. So there is a argument that it does make multi-engine models more practical, simpler. But in practice, it still requires trimming. We've got 4 thrust lines to adjust. The thrust line, the power units are very close to the leading edge of the wings, so the thrust lines have to be more precisely calculated, if you like. But this is actually, this model I built as lightly as possible, so parts of it are not perhaps as scale in cross-section as they would ordinarily be. But for a model that's actually this size, which is 30-inch span, with a 4-motor electric system, its all-up weight is 77 grams.
Which obviously explains why it can fly as slowly as it does.
20 grams of that is the powertrain.
Okay. And then you said at the beginning you chose the subject because of its configuration.
Yes.
So were there any difficulty in the trimming apart from the thrust lines? Or
the thrust lines were the major issue to start with, because the actual layout of the aircraft means that on the full size, all the engines pointed slightly upwards.
Okay.
So that meant that I couldn't actually move the cowlings pointing downwards because it would distort the outline of the aircraft.
Yeah.
So what I have done is all the motors are angled significantly downwards within the cowling to actually give them the required down thrust. But apart from that, and apart from a very, very small amount of nose weight, it's been extremely benign. I'm very, very surprised about how easily it has trimmed out.
Excellent. And do you fly outdoors at all, or?
Not at present. I've had it built it about 3 years ago now, 2.5, 3 years ago, and it's been solely for indoor.
Yeah.
The intention, once I retire it from indoor, is to remove the undercarriage, and then power it up and fly it outdoors.
Right.
I think it has the stability to do that.
Yeah. And sort of what duration do you sort of expect it to have with that?
With the power system, you can set each phase to 60 seconds.
Okay.
So as a maximum, as the Atomic Workshop Zombie allows you to do. Really, it glides very well as well, so I'd expect it to be longer than that. There is, because of its weight, because of its wing area, I think there's a significant risk of losing it outdoors with longer flights. But so I would really go for more realistic kind of lumbering flight.
Yeah.
I mean,
You don't want to max out each of those 60 seconds otherwise.
I have flown it. I haven't flown it under full power because I wanted to get the scale effect when it flies of a large, essentially underpowered aircraft taking off and lumbering into the air, and that's what the full size was. There are pictures of the full size aircraft with a man standing next to the main wheel, and the main wheel actually towers above his head.
Okay.
So it's that kind of lumbering, underpowered airline of the 30s, but very sleek. And that's another reason why I picked it. Low frontal area as well.
And so you've already had a couple of flights so far today?
Today,
Is that right?
yeah.
And some more to come?
2 more today. It's been flying well. It's actually quite reliable in the way it flies.
Yeah.
It's very frequently. The only things I've had today is it's quite critical about where you position on the floor to launch it. And it's had to be stopped from gliding with the wall and that kind of thing when it's already on the ground. But ordinarily, it's quite benign. It's quite safe to fly. It's sensitive to its own weight because of its light weight, so it can sometimes level off and have to resume a turn. But other than that, it's been more successful than I envisaged it would be to start with.
Yeah. So just actually picking up on something that you just said, for those viewers that haven't maybe done any scale-free flight before, that you're saying about flying into its own weight. So can you explain that?
Sure. What happens is that when the free flight, we find this quite a lot with the free flight scale models. When they take off, they'll climb, and they are, even though they're a very small, very light balsa wood model, they still generate their own turbulence as they fly through the air. This turbulence follows the aircraft behind it in a spiral as the aircraft ascends. As it descends, that spiral is not dissipated. Because we're indoors, there's no wind, that spiral is actually, that disturbed air is still there, and it's in a sort of a helix kind of model descends through it, and normally if it's turning in a left circuit, it will rocket to the right, and it has to resume the left turn. Now, if it's coming around in a fairly large circle, if it rocks to the right, and then resumes the left turn, it's out of position.
Yeah.
And it's approaching a wall. So this wake turbulence where the aircraft flies through it on the way down and descent is a common thing with free flight scale.
Okay, thanks for that. And you sort of hinted earlier, so you said when you retire the model, so is that sort of impending? Or?
This probably will be its swan song.
Okay, that's a shame, but I'm sure you've got something else in
have.
mind. Do you?
I've got two models that are actually under construction at the moment. For
Okay.
rubber power, Focke-Wulf 198,
Okay.
which is 23-inch span, my own design.
Yeah.
And also Polykopov I-153, which is a slightly pre-war Soviet biplane. That will be for electric power with a larger single motor rather than the four direct drive motors that are in this.
So a break from a twin for now, but you'll come back to another twin.
Yeah, I
subject in
think
the
so,
future.
because this has been such a positive experience.
Yeah.
My first four-engine multi.
Yeah.
The powertrain is there. I'll leave it in this one, get another powertrain and build another model. But with electric, it doesn't matter whether it's twin, four-engine, six-engine, the same process applies.
Makes it sound simple, doesn't it? Okay, thanks very much, Graham, and good luck in the final 2 rounds.
Thank you very much indeed, Graham.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Right, thank you from Graham and Graham there. And the stunning aircraft that's slowly rotating in front of us, which did fly beautifully earlier. So we will be back shortly. Currently, we've got the next thing taking place is the peanut pistachio no-cal classes. And then I will be back to bring my unusual brand of commentary to the open rubber flights 3 and 4. See you all soon.
What's it?
So one of our spectators has just commented that the aircraft appears to be flying backwards. Can't think who. Some of them just do that. And Paul Hoey just launching his little aircraft there, showing that he not only does he build the big ones, he builds the small ones. That's fine. Lovely, Paul. He's waving it away. Oh dear. The wheels have come off. It seemed to get fed up of flying then. It was flying lovely and then it thought, no. It's going to take on the capabilities of a brick and to the floor it head.
Nice level. Have you gone all the way up to the back?
Lovely aeroplanes. That's exactly what you got.
Film it. Laat je waarom nou? Tot maar krachten.
You are.
Did it break 10 seconds? No. Fairly.
That's it.
John, are you ROG? You are.
They've all my own.
No, you hit send before you realise what you've sent. So another 5 or 6 minutes of the peanut pistachio no-cal class before we move on to the open rubber flights 3 and 4. There.
Oh, no, another 2. It used to be 9. They changed the rule. Somebody said 6. I've heard both. I'm going to have this. Go and have a word with Nigel. Yeah. Sat over there. Well, I'm going to have 9. Maybe right about the Is that the time end?
Yes, we're on for the open rubber, flights 3 and 4, I believe. So first up, we've got Graham Banham and the Chiltern DW1. And there he goes. That's a nice takeoff into a very nice circuit. Very graceful. And a very graceful touchdown as well to end the flight. Well done, Graham. If my information is correct, next up is Anthony Nalferi with a Roland C11A. And there he goes. Beautiful model, this one. An excellent takeoff into its first cruising circuit. It's now slowly starting to descend. It's been a very graceful flight so far. And an excellent touchdown, excellent flight. A round of applause all round there. Yeah.
He's the one who used to design Alpha models. Remember Alpha models?
Oh, no, before my time.
Yes, next up then, Stephen Haynes with the Booker Young Meister. And it's away. Nice. Quick takeoff and climb out into its cruising circuit. And a couple of circuits and now coming down for its touchdown. Very smooth. Very nice. Now with Richard Crossley with a Fiat CR42 Falco. And there it goes. Very smooth takeoff into its cruising circuit. I think everybody's getting everything dialed in very nicely now. We've got some lovely flights. Oh dear. Well, I think that sounded a little bit like the rubber motor came detached inside. We heard a twang before a ditching. That's a bit of a shame that the rubber came off there. A bit of a small pause as Brian is doing his cat herding once again. So out to the flying area comes Henk de Jong with the Koolhoven FK43. And he's away. Quite a tight circuit on this one. And safely back down with a lovely landing there. Absolutely spot on. Next we have Peter Farardell with the Blériot 11. We saw this one spinning on our display stand as Peter was interviewed by Graham a little bit earlier. So we're now going to see it flying. And there it goes. That's actually leapt into the sky, did that? A very graceful circuit. Although something is... and it's down. Very nice. We now have Mats Johansson from Sweden making his way out into the flying area. Mats is flying the Stamp SV4B. A lovely looking little model, this one. And the aircraft's quite nice too. That's the stamp away, very nice. Into a nice cruising circuit. And then a nice slow descent to a lovely touchdown there. Yes, I think that one may well have impressed the judges. And he's parked it up nicely in front of them as well. It's almost like he planned it. Right, George Candilarkis next with the DH Moth Major, I believe. Yeah. Oh, lovely little model, this one. It's very quickly airborne into its cruising circuits. Very nice. That's on its descent now to oh, what a fantastic landing that one was. Yeah. Couldn't have landed that better radio control. Yeah. Lovely. Next up, I believe, is Ken Bates with another one of the question marks, but I've decided this is an Oster. My skills are getting better. Reading skills, because it says Oster on the tail. So that's the Oster away, leapt into the air. Tight circuit, but graceful. Slowly starting to descend now. And a little bit of a bounce on landing, but a lovely flight from Ken there. I believe this is Peter Brown. Is it Peter Brown? Is that Peter Brown? With a Pete and Paul air camper. All right, that's the air camper away. Very nice smooth cruising circuits with this one. Very nice. A little bit of a bunny hop on landing, but a lovely flight. Next up is John Cooper with the Lockheed Vega. And it's away. And nice takeoff there into a nice tightish circuit, but graceful nevertheless. Drop in a wing. So slight drop of the wing as it comes back down for a very nice landing. So next out to the flying area, Daniel Rackstraw with the Booker Youngmeister. And it's away. Nice takeoff, but no, it's one circuit and it's back down. Oops. And to finish this round, we've got Mike Stewart with the Blackburn Shark.
Like you need a car.
So very nice takeoff with the Shark again. It's a lovely aircraft, is this one? Very nice gentle circuits and descending to an excellent landing. Well done, Mike. So that's the end of that round. And we'll be moving straight into the fourth round of the open rudder.
All right, I think.
That's right, yeah, good idea. That's comfy chair, isn't it? Yeah, they want to see those
This is an actual flight.
I believe this is Antonin again with the Roland C11A. Doing a stealth flight, sneaking out there when I wasn't ready for him. Oh, this is such a stunning flight so far. It's just dipped the wings slightly as it starts to come down. To another excellent landing. It really does fly nicely, does that one. So Stephen Haynes up next with the Booker Youngmeister again. Booker Youngmeister. So the Youngmeister takes to the skies. Again, a very quick cruising circuit. It's starting its descent now. Oh, just turned lovely away from the... It's come out to see us, has that one? So experts trimming from Stephen there. It's trimmed to make its way back to his table all on its own. Well, it touched down and landed, didn't it? It was, yeah, I would, it'd be a bit harsh if the... So a short pause, I think with some winding going on for the next one, which I believe should be Richard Crosley shortly with the Fiat CR42 Falco. Here comes Richard now out into the flying area. Here we go. Oh dear, that's unfortunately once again his rubber's come loose. So out to the flying area comes Henk de Jong with the Koolhoven FK43. And it's away, nice takeoff. Into a nice cruising circuit. It's now starting its descent. Into a very nice landing there. Nicely done. Peter Farardell next with the Blériot 11. So this Bleriot leaps into the sky and then proceeds with a very graceful cruising circuit. Very nice gentle descent to a nice landing. That's a lovely flight. Next we have Mats Johansson with the Stamp SV4B. All right, so green light from the judges. And the stamps away. Nice takeoff. Transitioning into a nice cruising circuit. It's quite a small aircraft, this one, so there's quite a small diameter on the circuits and down to another excellent landing. An excellent flight there from Mats Johansson. George Kandilakis next with the DH Moth Major. And this is another one that leaps off the ground into a tightish cruising circuit, but again for a small model. And starting its descent. Oh, everybody there was oohing as that just cleared the wall on its final descending circuit there to a beautiful final landing. Lovely one there. Yeah, I think Brian's cat herding has gone very well. We've got a queue of pilots now. So next up is Ken Bates with the Oster. And that's away again. Lovely takeoff and transition to cruising circuit. And then a nice gentle descent. Oh, bit of a bunny hop on landing. Very nice. Next out into the arena, Peter Brown with the Pete and Paul Air Camper. And that's away. This one does fly very, very nicely indeed. Lovely, graceful circuit. A nice, gentle descent now. Oh, slight bunny hop and safely down. Next up with the Lockheed Vega from John Cooper. He is away. And nice takeoff and transition to circuit. Yeah, slowly starting a descent now after a very graceful turn. Oh, nice. Yes, deserved round of applause there. And Daniel Rackstraw next with a Bucky Youngmeister. It's away. Nice takeoff. Oh, steep turn into its first circuit there. But it's settled nicely into a nice cruising circuit. And straightened up a little bit there into our sponsor's banner. So we go on to our last flight in the open rubber of the day with Mike Stewart and the Blackburn Shark. So that's the Shark away. Nice takeoff and first turn. Smoothly into its cruising circuit. And that's a couple of circuits and descend to a very nice landing. Excellent. So that's the last of the open rubber flights for today. Hit scale flight 3 is the next on the order. Come to this. All right.
We have to go to bump ground down the order.
Right, okay, just to keep things interesting. We've got Graham Banham, who he's doing. We bumped him down the order, so this is the last open rubber flight. And then Brian will inform me of the running order for the next round. So this is Graham with his Chiltern DW1. And that's lifted off nicely. Transitioned into a very nice circuit there. And coming down to a nice landing. That's a very nice flight there. Well done, Graham. And that is definitely now the end of the open rubber flights, unless they're going to prove me wrong again.
Yeah, I think that's it. Straight on to kick scale.
Do we have a flying order for this somewhere? I can photograph it on my phone. So next up is kit scale, flight 3.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Just having a slight pause as our very, very long pole is going to be used to hopefully persuade a model aircraft out of the rafters. Yes, Paul.
I'm loving your transformation into something of an expert in indoor free flight scale.
I'm just making it up well.
You're doing a very good job.
It's definitely better to have some put the schedule before it.
It's scale now.
We'll just have a quick run through of the remaining activity for the afternoon. So next is the kit scale. Timings, of course, are provisional, but we're pretty much on target. So we've got kit scale, next, flight 3, and then at 3:20 p.m. we should have open CO2 electric flights 3 and 4. Around 15:45, so that's 3:45 p.m. Peanut Pistachio NoCal session 3. That will be followed around 4:15 with the intermediate scale flights 3 and 4. And then around 5:10 we'll move to the air race, which is the final bit of flying for the day. And around 5:30 this afternoon, we will have the prize giving, followed by packing up and going home. Hopefully you've enjoyed everything that's happened so far. Right, so we've Doug Hunt out into the performance area. Doug apparently is going to give us a dance once he's launched this. It's the Luscombe Sedan. He's away. Nicely airborne. Transitioned into a nice cruising circuit there. And descending to quite a nice touchdown there. Right, next up we've Andrew Darby with the Urco Coupe. This is a Keelcraft kit. Andrew, as mentioned earlier, is a designer for some of the range of the vintage model company kits that are on sale today. So that's nicely away. Transitioned into a nice cruising circuit. Starting its descents now. A little bit of a bounce, but a lovely flying there. You'll not hang. That's very good, eh? Gary Flack, yeah, a Ronca champion. Yeah. Right, next up we've Gary Flack. And Gary has the Ronca champion, which was built from the Veron kit. And that one's straight off into the air. A lovely cruising circuit. Just straightened up and lightly into our area there. What's the C stand for?
Curmudgeonly, cantankerous, contrary. You took your pick.
All right, go on then. Mr. Greenock again. I asked him what the C stood for and I won't respond. But we are still having a whip round to get him a pair of shoes. This is with the Compass Swift. Lovely little model. Leaping into the air. Oh. One of the biggest turning circles for one of the smallest models in this class. Very graceful. It's now descending to a steep landing, I think it's fair to say, but very nice. That's not a Curtis Jenny. Stephen Haynes, isn't it? So next up in the flying area, Stephen Haynes with his Taylorcraft. Yeah. And it's a nice takeoff. Quite a sharp turn into its first cruising circuit. That's climbed up to sort of 3/4 of the hull height here. And now slowly starting its descent. And a lovely touchdown. Excellent. And a deserved round of applause there for Stephen. Right, a short pause now as we round up some pilots. Come on, Brian, you're letting me down. Right. Right, this one I have decided is not a Sopwith triplane, which is what my list says, but this is Graham Bannon with the Jodel D9 BB, a Veron kit. Chris Blanche I've got next.
Yeah, is this Chris? Chris? I thought it was serious.
So that's not an Aronca champion, you'll have to wait. So the Jodel into the air nicely and doing nice relaxed circuits for us.
He said just if so.
I have no idea. And oh, just dipped its nose there at the end. The pilot might have spilt his tea a little bit, but safely down with the Jodel. Next up is Chris Blanche with the Urco Coupe Heelcraft kit. All right, so that's the Urco Coupe into the air. It's in a bit of a rush, is this one? Yeah. Having a good old blast around the cruising circuits. And down into its couple of bunny hops, but a nice safe landing. I don't think we've got, so I think you might be next. So next into the battle arena, we have Gert Brendel with a Grumman Hellcat. Yeah. So he's gone for a hand launch, is Gert. That's away nicely. And settled into quite a nice cruising circuit. And touching down on one wheel, and there's the second wheel down nicely. Oh, got a very handy bit of catching from Mark Richards there, who's up next with the Focke-Wulf FW190, built from the Veron kit. And he's away. Oh, he's a little bit early for the judges there. Oops. Oh dear.
Yes. But yeah, this is his first one of these. Yeah.
That's better than the last one. Yeah. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, the guy with the proper tried.
Disappeared. Clive Anderson.
Am I next after that?
You're now.
Oh, am I?
You're now, aren't you? After Mark Richards. Yeah. We've got the my list anyway. So next in the flying area, we've got Pete Startup with the Taylorcraft.
Oh, it was fantastic.
Problem is the judges missed it as well.
Don't tell him that.
So, the Taylorcraft just leapt into the air. What do we need a runway for? And that's gone into a lovely, very graceful climbing circuit still. Oh, just a little bit of a collision with some of the grafters. But it's settling down into a descent now. Ooh, and that's come down for a very nice landing. Well done, Pete. Next, we've got Mike Stewart with the Luscombe Phantom. Right, Mike's got the green light from the judges. And the Phantom's away nicely. Very gentle climb out, this one. A very graceful cruising circuit, making the best use of the room we've got in this sports hall. And then a nice gentle descent to a stunning landing there. Yeah. I'm fairly sure that will have impressed the judges. Right. Next up, Gerard Brinks with the Flybaby. Gerard has come over from the Netherlands. The Flybaby's away. Ooh, a little bit, perhaps a tad tail heavy, this one. Oh, and fine bit of catching there. Yes, well fielded. Oh, bit of excitement there. Peter Brown next. Andreasen BA4B. So that's the BA4B into the air. Quite small model, this one. But a nice, graceful cruising circuits. Now descending to landing. Oh, bit of a bounce. There might be a little bit of tea spilt on that one. Next, we've Bernard Bruins and the P51 Mustang from the VMC kit.
Yeah, except like Cessna is a Qantas Swift. First one.
First one is, yeah. Yeah.
That's the Mustangs away. We've got some very athletic model chasing going on out there, and failing miserably to catch it. A bit of teamwork going on there from our contingent from the Netherlands. John Cooper next with a lovely Hawker Heart. And it's away. Quite a tight turn and takeoff turn and into a tight cruising circuit. And slowly descending now. Oops, dropped a bit of a wing, which helped it line up perfectly for the landing. So all planned, I'm sure. Now then. I believe this is Dave Crompton. No, it's not Dave Crompton. In that case, it's David Cowley. I do know it's a Cessna bird dog. This one is the VM. No, it's not a Cessna bird dog. My list is wrong. It'll tell us what it is on the way out. Oops. Some of this table's collapsed. Oh dear. So the question mark is flying exceedingly well. It took off into a nice cruising circuit and is now descending into an excellent landing. And as he passes me on the way out, we'll find out what that was. Now then, David, what was it?
Compass Swift.
Compass Swift. I knew that, really, honestly. You know. Right. So next, we have definitely got a Cessna bird dog, and that must be Dave Crompton then. So the bird dog is, I think we call that skimming. No. Possibly a slight fear of heights there. Next up, Paul Hoey with his very, very nice tiger moth. All right, Paul's is a electric powered model. Just waiting for the timer to kick in. And it's away. Nice graceful takeoff into nice transition into a circuit. And then, oh, I think somebody must have opened a door there. Tipped a wing, but settled nicely into its descending circuit to land. And nice. Oh, that was a lovely landing again. Well done, Paul.
Is that Tim Hall? We're going to pretend that's Tim Hall. Yeah. Next into the arena, Tim Horn with a Stinson Gulf Hawk Junior. So that's the Stinson into the air. Quite a sprightly one, this one. Nice cruising circuit. I'm fairly certain my commentary is not influencing the judges in any way, shape or form. But that's descending nicely now. Ooh, bit of a bounce, but down safely. Well, we're jumping down the list, aren't we? Here he is. Right, so Richard Crossley making his way out now with the P51 Mustang. So the Mustang's away. Nice gentle lift off into a nice cruising circuit. It's very smooth, is this one? And descending. Ooh. And he's down safely. Cessna 140, yeah. We've got a few missing. Who's next? Derek, is it next? I don't know. Depends who you are. Derek Knight. Oh.
Family cruiser.
Sorry?
Piper family cruiser.
All right. Okay. So next up we have Derek Knight, which on my list it says question mark, but I am informed by Derek himself it's a Piper family cruiser. They throw these question marks in just to make life difficult, really. Bonus points here for doing right-hand circuits, I feel. Although unfortunately no aviation there. Ben's definitely scratched. Scratched in the last one, so somebody else is down. So for you. Yeah. So next we've Adam Parker with the Tiger Moth, another of the VMC kits. And that one leapt into the sky. Still climbing. Now settled into a nice cruising circuit. Now start to come down, slight dip of the wing. Ooh, a little bit of a right turn at the end and big touchdown and then brake with the wall. Martin Pike next with the Cessna 140, a Keelcraft kit this one.
Away she goes. Very quick takeoff roll into a climbing circuit and now cruising nicely. And settling now into a landing circuit. And a nice landing there. That's nicely done, Martin. And I would say this was the final flight in the round, but every time I do that, they prove me wrong and somebody else comes along for a go. So this is Daniel Rackstraw with the Cessna Bird Dog. That's the Bird Dog away nicely. Got a nice wide cruising circuit. Starting to descend now. And a very nice landing. Nicely done there. So, according to my list, that is the last of the kit scale flights for today. So next up in the flying area, we've got the open CO2 and electric flights, 3 and 4. Was that a kit scale one?
Right.
All
And
right.
I've been shoved to the bottom because it's
All right. Which one do you?
This is me, number 3.
Pink. Yeah.
And I've been
Okay.
shoved to the bottom because it's broken.
Right. Okay. Yes. So we do have another kit scale flight. As always, they do these things to challenge me. So we have Henk de Jong with a DH Pusmoth.
No bird dog?
Have these been? Yeah. 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 Fairly sure they all got together before the round to mess up the order just to confuse me. There we go. That's a lovely takeoff. This is it for this. So climbing up, still climbing, and now settled into a cruise. And down it's coming now. Oh, a little bit of a bunny hop, but a nice landing. So that was Henk de Jong with the DH Pusmoth. And very possibly that was the last of the kit scale. Nobody else appears to be coming along. You ready to do your interview now? Or do you want to wait till the Venus? So next up is open CO2 and electric flights 3 and 4. I will go and see if I can find a running order for what it's worth. Where's Brian? Oh, what's this? Oh, right. Okay, so we've got 6. Brilliant. 5, 6 there. All right, okay. Thank you. Right, I have the flying order for the CO2 and electric. We're going to give the judges a 5-minute comfort break because they've been sat down for a while, so they need to get up, stretch their legs. In fact, we're having a change of judges by the look of it.
Well, it's just not on.
So after the next two CO2 electric flights, we move on to the peanut, pistachio, no-cal final session, at which point Graham Kennedy will be doing his best Graham Norton impression and doing another interview for us.
Well, see your climax halfway through the just before the race. Oh, you find them. Yeah, this is what a power anyway. It's quite interesting because they get told to start writing.
All right, okay. So
U-turns.
no, we can do that. No, what you should do is they're going to put their aircraft down there, they're going to stand on the side of the hall, and they have to run wide.
Sort of Le Mans style.
Yeah, Le Mans type stuff. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Allegedly. I've got the running order for the next bit. There's only 5 of them. I might as well bin that.
Ready?
Right, we've got the nod from the judges, so we're ready to start the CO2 electric, flights 3 and 4. First up in this class is George Kandilakis with the Avro 504, taking off from a dolly. Right, so George is ready, and it's away with a very nice takeoff. A nice cruising circuit, quite brisk. It's starting to slow now and slowly descend. This is the one that does actually have radio equipment fitted, but It's set up and launched and he's not to touch the transmitter. Although I'm sure the temptation would be there if it was getting a bit close to a wall, but he's not. He's making great use of the space available. And down, look at that, almost just landed and touched down right in front of the judges, gave them a little nod, which I'm sure was entirely planned. So that was excellent. That was George Candilarkis with the Avro 504. Don't forget your dolly, George. Don't, don't forget your dolly. Next, we have Derek Knight with one of these flying question marks on the list, but even I can tell you that this is a de Havilland Tiger Moth, and it's a stunning model, is this one. If this flies as well as it looks, I think we'll be on to a winner. That's away. Oops, and it's, oops, sadly, that's gone round to the right. And, oh, that is a shame. But that's the joys of model aircraft. Every now and then things don't go quite according to plan. Now this is one of the models we saw rotating nicely on our stand earlier as Graham was interviewed by Graham. The Armstrong Whitworth Ensign. Beautiful. 4 electric motors in this one. All right, that's the Ensign away. A very nice, gentle takeoff, as we'd expect from an airliner of this period. All the passengers will be sat in there drinking champagne and wouldn't want to spill any of it. It's transitioned into a nice cruising circuit. And now descending. And a nice touchdown. Oh, and just slightly catching the wall at the end there, which may have spilled some of the passenger drinks. But a lovely flight from Graham Banham and the Armstrong Whitworth Ensign. Next up is Antonin Alfieri with the Curtis Condor AT32C. Okay, I understand the picture has gone off on our live feed, so I shall go investigate. There we go. I suspect it's a flat battery.
We're getting lots of love. Like it's come back on. And,
Right, sorry about the, for those out in the wide world there with the camera going off briefly. Flat battery situation, now resolved. You gotta put my running order down now. Oh. So that was Antonin with the Curtis Condor AT32C. And next up in the flying area, Richard Crosley, the Grumman J2F6 Duck. I'm not going to say this will be a quacking flight, because that'd be far too corny.
the thing is, they just use it as
So this is another one with a takeoff dolly. And we're away. Oh, that's a lovely takeoff from the dolly with the Grumman duck. Into quite a tight ascending circuit, but settling nicely into its cruise. And we can hear the motor winding down a little bit as he starts to slowly descend. Oh, bit of a wingtip wobble. And an excellent landing. That was an excellent flight. That's the end of the third set of flights for the CO2 electric class. I believe we're moving straight into flight 4 for this class. So it's George Candelakis now with the Avro 504. Oh, another with a takeoff dolly. So that's the Avro nicely away. It's a lovely model, is this one? Transition to a very nice cruising circuit. And descending. Is it going to? Oh, the judges had a close look at that one. Slightly ran out of space, but a very lovely model there from George Candelakis. Right. So unfortunately, Derek not going to be able to complete the fourth flight. So we move down to Graham Banham next with the Armstrong Whitworth ensign. Just got a slight pause at the moment. One of our judges has escaped. We will attempt to round him up and nail him back to his seat. So I think we're ready to go almost now. So again, this is Graham Banham with the Armstrong Whitworth ensign. Right, so we've got the green light from the judges. And that's the ensign away. Again, a very smooth takeoff into its first circuit. And cruising nicely now. Oh dear. Oh dear, that's into a bit of an abrupt end there against our partition here, did that one, unfortunately. So flying lovely until the rather abrupt stomp. So next we've Antonin Alfieri again with the Curtis Condor AT32C. So that's the motor spooling up. And away she goes. Very gentle takeoff into a nice ascending circuit there. Wheels up. And cruising nicely. All right, wheels down, a bit of a wing wobble. And making the best use of the flying area. Oh dear. Oh, no, it's going to go around nicely. So it's descending nicely. Hoping that's just going to touch down. Oh, it wants to fly, does this one. Oh, that's an excellent touchdown there. An excellent flight, that. Well done, Antonin. So last in this class, we have Richard Crosley again with the Grumman Duck. Hopefully. So here comes Richard now. This is another with a takeoff dolly. Just making sure this is perfectly lined up on this dolly. Just making it ready for its flight. He may look like he's praying, but he's just kneeling ready, preparing the aircraft. And away she goes. Another excellent takeoff from the dolly there. Into a very nice takeoff circuit. Still climbing. Making excellent use of the height of the building here. That just got that, so it stopped climbing as it got almost to the top of the where the rafters are, and now down for a very nice touchdown at the end there. Excellent flight from Richard Crosley. And we are going to have a flight from Derek Knight, so we're going slightly out of order. Derek has been feverishly repairing this one after a minor hip mishap.
Feverishly repairing. Well, yeah, this is a load of super glue.
Good stuff, super glue, though, isn't it?
Probably won't try it.
But we're going to try, aren't we? We're going to try. It is a lovely looking aircraft. Here we go. So, no, it's going round to the right, unfortunately. Into a post. That's a shame. But I'm sure Derek will keep working on this model and soon as he's got it flying as nicely as it looks, we can pretty much be certain he's got a class winner there. So that's it for the CO2 electric class. We now move to peanut, pistachio and no-cal for a while. Meanwhile, we've got Graham, I think, getting ready for another of his Graham Norton impressions. So it's a stealth model then?
Speaking to Mike Hadland now.
So who's doing the interview?
George Candelakis with to highlight the fact of yes,
George Candelakis is his.
Yeah. White, and then he's coming in.
Okay. Yeah, if you want. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, pick one, anyone. You can't have the foaming though, that's special. So as the peanut pistachio no-cal class gets started, we are going to round up one or two interviews for you.
Starting and finish this session at 4:10. We started early.
Yeah. So this current session, we're going to finish at 4:10, as we started 5 minutes early, and then we'll be going on to intermediate scale flights, rounds 3 and round 4, which should be done around 5:10. And then we move on to the air race, followed by the prize giving. Apologies for the loss of video a little bit earlier. Just lack of battery power. So.
We just go free form with the computer
Right, so we have another interview for you. We're just getting them mic'd up ready. So Graham will be chatting with Harry Simon. Over to you, Graham.
Okay, well, welcome, Harry, once again to the UK. You're now a regular visitor at least a couple of times a year. And so we first met back in 2003. It was at a European Champs for outdoor RC models. But why is it? What's your fascination with coming and competing in the UK?
Well, actually, it was an accident. I met our friend George.
Yeah.
On he's a well-known model airplane builder and a really good judge. So we met on an indoor, just fun flying back home in Germany. He lived not too far away from me, and he was telling about the indoor competition.
Yeah.
And I, of course, said, "Oh, that's quite interesting. I wouldn't mind having a go at that." And it was just half a joke to say this. And he took it serious, and so I was committed.
Yeah.
So then, having no idea about the rules going on and anything, I said, well, I have enough models. So I just grabbed a nice Tiger mod, which I built 20 years more ago. It's a hacker model, really nice. And I showed it to George. He said, oh my God, everything is wrong. It's way too heavy, and it's not going to be good for the competition and anything. And that motivated me to give it a go. And of course, it was a huge disaster because it would fly nice outdoors, and indoors it would fly nice left turns, no right turns. I said, I really can't compete with that. So I was basically forced to have an idea, what can I build? So I grabbed one of my model kits back then and came to a sick kit of the Antoinette.
Which you were competing with yesterday.
Yes, and I had, as I said, not a lot of experience of building indoor models. I built it. I had a lot of fun building it. And when I did the first flight, this was, I think, 2 or 3 days prior going to the indoor competition 2 years ago. I could at least do one short flight in my gym back home. And I was surprised how nice it flies. And so back in the car, went over to UK and learned that this indoor competition is just an amazing weekend, sharing with friends, having the same ideas and learning a lot of about how we should fly, build, design models and set them up. Much more than I learned in the last 20 or 30 years about model aircraft, because outdoor we compensate everything with radio and gyros.
Radio and gyros. You've got all the additional power as well if required. So yeah.
It's absolutely fascinating, and especially when I look at the free flight models, I personally would get a heart attack if I would let a model free fly indoors, because I would be afraid to hit a wall.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very inspiring with the range of aircraft and the real complexity of the subjects that have been flying today in free flight. But yeah, you've obviously I know, but you've got a real aviation history, both aeromodelling and full size. So how did you get into aeromodelling, and how did that sort of assist in your career or form your career decisions?
Actually, I grew up on the model airplane side because my father was doing model airplanes, and as a small child, I mean, memory goes back to about when I was 3 or 4 years old. He was building model airplanes. He was flying. At this time, there was a lot of crashes involved because the radio equipment was really very unreliable and so on, bad engines and so on. But it was always good to see him creating something which he brings into the air, and he was an absolute fan of aviation. And so this was kind of in the blood of the family already. And then, of course, growing up on the model side was exciting. And so there was one day, we were visiting some exhibition, whatever, I don't know. And I heard this noise. I looked up, and a starfighter was flying fairly low across us. And I don't know why, but I was looking, I said, that's going to be my job. I have no idea what it is, but it's going to be my job. So with about 3 or 4 years old, I got into this idea, I need to go and stay in aviation. And of course, we didn't have the money that I could do a private pilot license or anything like that. I did a lot of model airplanes together with my father. It was a family issue. So we went model airplane flying Saturday, Sunday, and in the week we were building the model airplanes together. And it was really good. You learn a lot about working with different materials and stuff like that. It's exciting. And I didn't like soccer very much, so model airplanes were my hobby. And I applied for a job in the Air Force. I was very lucky that I passed all the tests. So aviation became the main point in my life, full size, and of course, the model airplanes.
Yeah, excellent. And now I know your particular favorite aircraft, which I don't know how many varieties of it that you have, which links back to your dad as well. So
actually, I'm accused from my wife to have 13 or 14 different models of a very strange aircraft. It doesn't have a proper fuselage. It only got a swept wing. It's called a Comet. It's a Messerschmitt. And it was the only operational rocket fighter in the world. The first aircraft to be faster than 1,000 kilometers an hour. In the full size, a very dangerous aircraft because they were mixing some chemicals to ignite this rocket engine. And but as a design, a very interesting aircraft and very pleasant to fly aircraft. So my father was worldwide the first model pilot who managed to control it with a radio to fly it. And it was a big surprise that in 1972, he won the World Championship for scale with a Messerschmitt 163.
His second ever.
The second ever World Championship, And it was, as I said, it was a big surprise because at this time, most of the scale models were barely able to complete the flying program. And he put on a fairly good show. And so this was basically then our family aircraft. For many years, we weren't allowed to fly with motor airplanes due to a noise restriction. So we basically concentrated on other things. But it was a day when I said, I need to build my own 163. So I went into scale, built the 163, built the next one, built the next one, and bought another pack of material to build another one. So it's just like a collector.
So you're not quite at the stage of building one for indoor RC then?
Actually, a kind of yes, it's on the building board. I just need to sort out some smaller problems. And what is interesting is that for me, indoor is a more relaxing way of model flying. And I know for sure that if I fly the Comet,
not
it's going to
be
be
a real
really
effort.
stressful.
Yeah.
Like Andrew was flying the Concorde. It
Yeah.
was absolutely amazing to watch, but it was a stressful flight.
Yeah.
And for me, the indoor flying is the relaxing part of the model flying. So this is why I'm so in love with my Antoinette.
Yeah.
I guess it's one of the slowest models we have indoor.
Yeah.
And this is
Most
what I
definitely.
absolutely enjoy.
Hence why we picked an old and slow aircraft. This is Pete Farardell's glider that was flying a bit earlier, but that was your choice to reflect your choice of subjects.
Absolute. And if you would ask me to fly it in full size, I would say immediately yes.
You would say yes.
Definitely yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Harry. I know you're about to head off to Dover to go back across the channel to Germany, and your wife's due to return from Australia quite soon. But yeah, safe travels, and look forward to seeing you in July and then September.
Thank you so much. And I would like to thank all of you for this wonderful time, for this wonderful weekend with all the experience, and that we are allowed to come back and compete with you again. That's really very, very generous, and we are very happy to be there. And we are even more happy to come back as often as possible.
And of course, you've got to defend your title next year.
Looks like.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Harry.
Thank you. Thank
Cheers.
you.
Great.
Thank you both for that. So we have another interview coming up shortly, I believe. Meanwhile, I'll just return you to the view of the flying area.
If I could just have everyone's attention, please. Thank you to everyone who purchased raffle tickets yesterday and today. I'm very pleased to announce that we've done the draw and all the prizes have been marked with the tickets. So if you'd like to work your way over to the table and form an orderly queue and see what you may have won. So thank you all very much and good luck. Thank you.
It's still a bit wide. This is it. Lovely, thank you. Right. Yeah. Right. Found that in my-
Right, we are very soon, well, as soon as Graham's mic'd himself up, we will be going for another interview. It's George. So we've got Graham with George Candelakis and a lovely aeroplane in front of them that we've seen flying very nicely today. Over to you, Graham.
Okay, thank you, Andy. So you don't realise this, but in the last interview, we were speaking with Harry Simon, and this is the George that is attributed to getting Harry involved in indoor flying, because of course you were working in Germany for some time and lived close to Harry and Caroline. So let's talk a bit about the 504N that's in front. Having known you for a long while as well, you always like to model aircraft that have a connection with the Greek aviation heritage. So we could start by describing a little bit about the aircraft and the techniques that you used.
Well, the aircraft is a model of one of the six that the Greek government bought in 1925.
Okay.
It was the restart of naval aviation training, and they were both suitable for land and for sea operation as trainers. So it was the N as the land version and the O as the hydroplane version. Particular one flew for 3 years and then crashed in 1928, unfortunately killing the people.
Right.
I have been researching Greek aviation as well over the years, because it is interesting for me and it's also not very often modeled.
No.
So I have been wanting to build a model of the 504 literally for over 20 years. And after enough documentation was accumulated, it was possible to say I'm going to start construction of it. This is an electric powered model at 120 scale. It weighs about 95 grams.
Nice.
It is a bit heavier than I would have wanted. It flies a bit faster than I would have wanted, but it flies okay. It has an unusual distinction of being a free flight model, but also a radio controlled model. And I can fly it either way depending on how I switch the various electronics on and off.
And so with the radio, you use that to help set up the initial trim?
Yes, the initial intention was, and still is, to be able to trim the model, because it is a rather highly detailed model.
It's very highly detailed.
And
I'm not...
any kind of crash, which is part of real life and free flight, you cannot avoid it, would cause severe damage. And I came up with a solution.
Yes, especially to the dummy engine area. I'm not sure if the detail is coming up on
The dummy
screen,
engine, but
it's
even more the covering.
incredible.
The covering is very difficult to correct if there is a significant
slight.
damage. You can touch it up, but it will always be visible.
Yeah.
And if you're a little bit obsessed, it bothers you. In any case, it is possible to trim it with radio control.
Yeah.
So at first, everything is radio control, but then for full flight, you switch the power to the timer. And it just are at standby and make minor corrections during trimming with the trims. And when you're satisfied, you say, okay, I can fly it now for a competition. Until a few years ago, it was not allowed to have a transmitter.
Yeah.
But now the BMFA and subsequently other international events in Europe, at least, in Holland, for example, they allow you have the transmitter on, as long as you do not touch it.
And
Once you touch it, the flight is gone.
Yeah, and we've seen you standing at the side today
Yes.
with your hands.
With my hands in my back.
Yeah, to show that
because
you.
there is not enough time to grab
Yeah.
it from the floor.
Yeah.
And I have, luckily or not, quite often been forced to use it,
Yeah.
missing all the flight school, but saving the money. And that was very good.
Yeah.
And also because, contrary to here or in Holland, we do not have access to such a big flying sites, a flying hall like that. And the only way to fly such a model and not keep it in the closet or in the box is to fly it radio control.
Yes.
And so I enjoyed it very much.
Yeah. And then this weekend, we both believe that you're the first person to have competed with the same
Yes.
aircraft on consecutive days. So,
It
in
managed to be able to fly and also place third in the radio control
Yeah.
competition after some erratic flying from my part because I didn't know the plane. The four competition flights were second and fifth overall. And also, it's not secret I'm not a great pilot, but it survived some very hilarious flying.
Well, there was one flight yesterday. I was
That
down
was
at
the photo.
the far end of, and I'm not sure if you realise quite how close you got to the
I
wall.
thought I had lost it. It was the first flight.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, now I'm going to land. But then somehow it behaved better or I relaxed more.
Yeah.
Saying, no, since it's still in one piece. And it went well.
No, and it's flown very well today in
Yes.
the free flight contest. So you must be happy.
I'm very happy that it was a very good one. The event is always an experience.
Yeah.
It makes it worth coming a long way from Greece. Friends from Greece wanted or want to come, so we might be more for next year. And what can I say? Seeing all the people together again. My first visit in the UK was when we first met, actually. It was
Yeah,
2004
for Interscale
for
at
Interscale,
Nottingham Uni.
yes. And I have come again in 2007, 2013, and more frequent ever since. It's a long journey, but it is worth it.
Yeah.
Even if only for the people.
Yeah.
The indoor free flight people and the RC people are completely different bunch of people.
Yeah. And we have to say thank you to the Greek viewers. We've been kept on our toes.
Yes, they are
by
very,
them.
very demanding. They want
Yeah.
to see what they cannot see from
Yes.
the flesh.
So thank you earlier for pointing out as well when the screen went black. So yeah, that's is it
No,
your
it
friend
happens.
Spiros?
It happens, and it's also a great idea you had.
Yeah.
Because I have been wanting to watch events that I cannot
Exactly.
enter for a very long time. You did this for the World Championship as a test,
Yeah.
but I would suggest, and I hope you do it every year at any important event. It is demanding, of course, time consuming, but it is worth it, I think, for everybody.
Yeah, well, Andy's already booked for next year, I think. You've put it in your diary.
Looking
and
very
we'll-
forward
And
to it.
we'll continue to develop it. Thank you, George.
Great, thanks.
And thank you, Spiros.
Thank you very much.
Right, thank you, George and Graham. So we're approaching our next slot, which will be the intermediate scale flights, rounds 3 and 4. The peanut pistachio will be finishing in a few minutes. So I will go and try and find us a running order so we have an idea of what's going on.
How much longer is it supposed to be in this trimming session?
I think this is about done.
So
It'll be going till 4:05.
if Peter Paul is here, then Paul could do that one.
We'd have to do it fairly quick. Yes.
You're not being saying rude things to anybody.
Basically, roll with all, and then we talk about 9 again.
Sounds like a plan. Brian, we have a running order for the next slot. It's intermediate, isn't it? If you want to put a line through whoever's dropped out, then.
Brian Bannon. Annual Straw. Pete Smart. As far as I know, the moment.
That'll be a finish on that then. Right. So we've got another interview coming up. Graham's going to rest his vocal cord. And Paul will be interviewing Raoul Lucassen. Is that correct? We did tiny models. I shall pass you over to. I will just get them mic'd up first. And we've got that tiniest model on the rotating display stand there. All right, so over to you, Paul and Raoul.
Thank you, Andy. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to another live session. I'd love to introduce to you my friend Raoul Lucassen, who's come all the way from the Netherlands with a bunch of his friends to compete here today. We're always pleased to see Raoul come along and participate. And you'll notice on the turntable in front of us is an absolutely amazing little model, which is, you may remember earlier on, I spoke about the pistachio size models. This is an absolutely amazing example of a pistachio type model. So, Raoul, would you like to tell the people online, or the prototype of the airplane, and how did you construct it? How did you build it?
So the plane is a compass trick. Was built in 1934 for an air race in France, Coupe de Dutch, which was a competition, a speed competition between French and mainly French and British planes. I researched the plane at some point to build a pistachio or peanut of it. I started to build it this year after finding out some of the details on colors and so on. It's built from insulation foam.
Okay, wow.
So it's the type of blue foam that quite a few modelers are using for scale models. So it's sanded and carved from a solid block of foam basically, and magically an airplane-shaped model appears.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, I don't necessarily think it's magic. I think it's a lot down to your skill and your capability.
Practice.
And practice
And
too.
practice.
Yeah. So in terms of, I mean, most people online might be thinking, insulation foam, that seems a little bit of an odd material to build a model airplane. What are the differences with building a model from foam as opposed to balsa?
Well, balsa I would more compare as a technical process. So you're more building up the structure as a technical structure, let's say like a bridge or something like a truss. And carving a foam model is more to sculpting a statue, for example. So you're taking away material to create the shape. And balsa is very much a technical process where you assemble it from small construction members. So.
Absolutely fantastic. It is truly a work of art, and obviously you're seeing it online. I'm looking at it up close, and it's absolutely perfect. Raoul's done an absolutely amazing job of putting it all together.
Yeah.
So thank you for sharing that with us,
Yeah,
Raoul.
thank you.
One of the things that we'd also like to talk to you about is Raoul and his friends organise a similar event to this, which takes place in the Netherlands every November. And Raoul, we'd like to give you the opportunity to plug your event and hopefully get some people online, perhaps interested in coming to see you.
Yeah, so every November since we've been organizing since 2008, International Indoor Fly-In. So we mainly fly the scale classes, but also some duration classes. So also duration classes like F1M, F1L, F1N, the hand launch gliders we fly as well. But besides that, we fly the same classes as today. So no-cal, pistachio, peanut, open classes. And we've been doing that for quite some years now. And it's a 2-day event, so that's a bit of a difference. So we have a little bit more time for trimming and for some social elements as well. Yeah, and it's a nice opportunity to visit the Netherlands as well.
Absolutely.
Spend some time.
Yeah, a beautiful country if you've never had the chance to visit. And I will give Raoul's event a rousing endorsement because I went a couple of years ago. Sadly, I've not been able to attend since, but Raoul, I hope to visit you again in the very near future.
Please
Because
do.
I know I'll be given a very warm welcome. And as I say, anyone out there who's interested, please get in touch and we can make the arrangements and all of the information available to you if you want to join in. So, Raoul, thank you so much for showing us your amazing model.
You're welcome.
Thank you for sharing with us the news about your event in November in the Netherlands.
Thank you as well.
Thank you, Raoul. And thanks everyone for listening.
Bye-bye.
No, thank you, Paul and Raoul. And we are just about getting ready for the final 2 rounds of the intermediate next, which after that we will have a bit of an air race, which I'm interested to see, not having seen this before in a free flight event. And then after which we should be organised and ready to do some presentations.
Yes, thank you. Did you get a free burger?
No, I never got around to it. I've got a big sandwich up.
No, the guy who was on the board, such a nice chap. I'm fine, thanks. The guy on the board, if I make up stuff then, and they were going at the Robin put it in the bin. They came in with a bag of burgers. And I listened to them in, and they're gone. People were just helping themselves.
Well,
shame you missed them.
There's a little picture of a meal deal from the co-op on the way.
That co-op's good because it's happened really, really early. Harry Simons.
Couldn't remember his name.
Yeah. I've got a picture of him with his. So you can advise that. Is it an absolutely lovely guy?
Yeah, I was chatting to him earlier.
Honestly, I wish I got to see him more. I'll get to see him now. He's amazing. His wife's original Caroline. She's Australian.
I was going to say she's there now.
Yeah, she's in Australia, but she's on a bereavement family Saturday. But Harry, he's so interesting. Did he tell you any of his Luft stories? Because he was a tornado pilot.
Oh, was he?
For a number of years, yeah. And an instructor as well. He was actually based at the tornado trial establishment school. He's got a single. You stay till the end. You're not going yet.
Right, so marching purposefully out into our flying area, we've got Paul Hoey for the first in the next round of the intermediate. Right, so this time it's a Myers M1 special according to my list. I'm sure I'll be corrected if I'm wrong. Got a lovely takeoff there into a nice climbing circuit and settling into a nice cruise. Now starting to descend. Oh, he's lined this up nicely. He's lined that up nicely in front of the judges, although the propeller's fallen off. I think it was the wheel that came off last time, wasn't it? So next up, David Crompton, Hoster J2 Arrow, hopefully. So he has the green light from the judges. And away we go. A sprightly takeoff into a nice cruising circuit. Touching down nicely, and a bit of a nice turn there before the wall. That was very impressive, that. It's got a tick from the judges, not quite sure why. So next up, Richard Crossley, Piper Pony 150. So that's a lovely gentle takeoff there from the Piper Pony. And lovely cruising circuits. And that's settling now, preparing for its landing. Very nice. A round of applause there. So next out into the flying area, we've Henk de Jong with the Cessna C-37. And this one's leapt into the air. Climbing steeply. Getting perilously close to some of the dangling stuff from the ceiling. Oh, judged to perfection there, I think. So lovely cruising circuits, and now descending to a bit of a steep touchdown. That's a nice flight there from Hank. Next is our contest director, I believe, for the weekend, Peter Farardell, with the short S-42 monoplane. Another of the Edwardian creations that Peter likes to build. So here we go. So that's away. Oops. Oh dear. So a bit of a steep climb out and dropping a wing. A little bit more trimming needed on that one. So next up is Martin Pike with the Oster J4. What's this one? And he's away with a hand launch there is Martin. And he's down. We have Kenneth Bates next, and he did tell me what his aircraft was earlier, but I've forgotten. So this is another of the flying question marks. It's the Hornet Moth, well remembered. There's always somebody around to help me out.
Starting to look a little bit where it was today now, I think. Yeah.
So he's away. That's a lovely takeoff. And it's settled into a cruising circuit. Is it going to hold off? No, it's down. But nice smooth landing. According to my list, next up is Chris Blanche with the Bristol 138. And we have the green light from the judges, and it's away. Nice takeoff. Bit of a tight first turn there, but transitioning into a very nice cruising circuit. And now on its descent, bit of a bounce, and safely down. So walking out now, we have Chris Brainwood with the CO2 powered Sopwith Camel.
Anyone who has not handed in their peanut pistachio no-cow timesheets to do so.
Right, just a call out to all the peanut, pistachio and no-cow flyers. Can you please ensure you hand in your timesheets? So that's the peanut, pistachio, no-cow flyers. Handing your timesheets now, please. So just leaving the flying area is Chris with the Sopwith Camel. And taking his place, Peter Brown with the Piper J3 Cub. I think, yes, it is. So that's lifted off smoothly into a nice cruising circuit. Still climbing. Oh, that's... Well, he's... I think he's got away with that. That went right up into some of the architecture in the ceiling, but missed everything. And now settling down to land. Ooh, just dropped its nose at the end there. John Cooper up next with the Farm and Cart Postal. This has put in some lovely flights already, has this one? We have the green light. And he's away. Yeah, nice gentle takeoff there. It's transitioned into a very nice cruising circuit. And a nice gentle descending circuit. And touchdown, and then just against the wall there at the end. Stephen Haynes up next with the Curry Watt.
Yeah, it's just so when there's no speak, we've got at least
So that's quite a quick rollout and takeoff with the Curry Watt and straight into a nice cruising circuit. So we're now on the descent. And a perfect landing right in front of the judges there. Couldn't have planned that one better. Excellent flight from Stephen Haynes with the Curry Watt. Next up, we have Pete Startup with the Waco SRE. And he's away. Leapt into the sky a bit there, but so cruising, yeah, it's settled into a nice cruise. Still climbing slightly. And down she comes. Yes, that's a nice touchdown there. And the final flight in round 3 of the intermediates is Mike Stewart. And this should be the Blackburn Ribbon. Oh. That's a nice takeoff into its cruising circuit. So it's a few nice circuits and now coming down for a very nice landing. Yeah, excellent there from Mike Stewart. Well, my list. So we've got round 4 now of the intermediates, and then So are you confident, Paul?
No.
No. That's what I like to hear, confidence. Go on then, yeah. Paul has given us a John Cleese Ministry of Silly Walks here now, keeping the entertainment light. Well, we have the green light. Yes, he's doing that. Yes, yes, he's doing it. We'll get there. Yes. Excellent, excellent light entertainment there. Now to the serious stuff, and I'm sure what will be another lovely flight from Paul. It's away and nicely into the air. And a lovely cruising circuit. I don't know why he wasn't confident. This is excellent. And down into a nice touchdown there. So we may have had a silly walk on the way out there, but I'm sure Paul will be dancing back here after that flight. Next out to the flying area, Dave Crompton with the Oster J2 Arrow. So he's away there with a nice gentle takeoff. Nice smooth cruising circuit. Just got a little bit near the wall there. All right, this looks suspiciously like a change in the running order. Oh, no, no, Richard Crossley next. Sorry about that. I missed you out there. So Richard Crossley with the Piper Pony 150. We have the green light. And we're away. Another lovely takeoff there. This one settles into a very nice circuit. And now settling down, ready for a landing. Excellent. Another good flight there from Richard. And next out into the flying area with Henk de Jong with the Cessna C37. The light is green. And away we go.
They don't all do it.
So that was quite quickly up into the air and into a low circuit, and the wheels back down. I'm on the one wheel at the moment, second wheel settling now. So that was Henk de Jong. So I think Pete Farardell is up next. I think we've just got some winding taking place. I'll, Are we going out of order? Oh, we have Kenneth Bates is going out, so we're going slightly out of order at this point. This is the Hornet Moth. So yeah, I've remembered. And that's away. I think this might just be a quick trimming flight. Oh, and that one's down. Oh, and that's made its own way back to the tables. So out into... He did, didn't he? So next up, Peter Farardell with the short S42 monoplane. And that's away. It's airborne. A little bit nose up there. Oh dear. I think that might be the definition of porpoising, but it's round and it's down safely. Oh dear. Martin Pike next with the Oster J4. I take it they have to do a certain duration before. Yes, unfortunately there, Peter's flight didn't quite meet the duration requirements. So Martin's going for the hand launch again, and off she goes. That's unfortunately gone rather... That was a nice straight and level flight, but unfortunately indoors, that's when you meet a wall. So now, Chris Blanche making his way very purposefully out there now with the Bristol 138. And away she goes. That was straight off there into its cruising circuit now. We've got general agreement next to me that this one flies nicely with a nice sit in the air. And it's coming down for a nice landing. Yes, that's nice. Nice flying there. Well done, Chris. And then with our next Chris. This time Chris Brainwood with the CO2 powered Sopwith Camel. There we have the green light. So it's a squirt of CO2. That's into the model, not the pilot. And it's gone for a hand launch. Oh dear. So that one unfortunately launched into the ground. So next up, we have Peter Brown with the Piper J3 Cub. This has done some lovely flights so far. And he's away and straight into the air. And settling straight into a very nice cruising circuit too. Oh, it's a lovely flight now, just starting to descend. Just dropped a wing right at the end there, but a nice flight there from Peter Brown. John Cooper next with the Farm and Cart Postal. And green light. And away. So that's a gentlest of takeoff rolls there. Round into a nice, gentle climbing circuit. The epitome of smooth, this flight, as it settles down now. For a very nice landing and a nice flight there from John Cooper. Up next we have Stephen Haynes with the Curry Watt. And that's quickly away and into the air, into a brisk cruising circuit. And now starting to descend, little dip of the left wing there. And an absolutely lovely landing. Excellent flight from Stephen Haynes there. You are indeed. Next we have Pete Startup with the Waco SRE. And that's away nicely there now. So climbing nicely into its cruising circuit. Still climbing. Seem to recall the last flight he judged it to perfection with the ceiling obstacles. That's now coming down nicely. Oh, and down she goes. And that's a yes from the judges. So it's just the air race after this, isn't it?
Well, the work in the finals, it's going to be really better than it. So that's why I'm trying to get that sounding in the university. I'm going to use this. Kind of, I was hoping it would fit on one of those. It will strong both tops.
Don't know what we've got for that. You know, we'll take the camera off. Oh, stand there. Next to the speaker. Who's that in the camera? It's the time-lapse camera.
Yeah. So, Mike Stewart there doing a stealth flight when I wasn't quite ready, distracted by something else. So this is the Blackburn Ripon. It's on its slowly on its descending circuit now. And a very nice flight and landing. And that is the end of round 4 of the intermediates. So that leaves us just with the air race. So we're maybe 10 minutes or so. We are just sorting out a couple of pylons.
Don't think it works. Never used it before.
Thank you. Yeah.
While all the flying, apart from the air race, has finished, there is still a little bit of static judging going on. So they have been very busy between them.
Probably getting your sand back.
So we've just got a short break now while we improvise some pylons for the air race. So we're going to aim for a 5 o'clock start for the air race. And once the air race is done, we will be setting up and getting ready for our presentations for the day. So while we make preparations for the air race, those of you watching the live stream, we hope you've enjoyed the live stream. This is a new departure for us to a certain extent, a bit of a trial, and we will be going again for the World Scale Championships taking place at BMFA Buckminster in July. Hopefully by then Graham's back will be all right. He's walking around like he's, well, I better not say. But I'm sure it's going to be an excellent championship, so we're all looking forward to it. We will be doing regular live streams over the course of the championships with an evening catch-up bulletin. We're going to call it probably Today at the Championships or Today at Buckminster, just a little bit of a 15-minute show every evening. But hopefully lots of interviews and live streams through each day as well. Apologies for my occasional lack of knowledge with what's going on. This is all quite new to me, to be fair. This is the first time I've attended the BMFA Free Flight and Radio Control National Championships. It has been quite enlightening and entertaining, so I think everybody should get themselves down here next time. Oh, thank you for the kind comments about my commentary. We are quite pleased with how the live stream has gone, and I think we can pretty much guarantee we will be doing this quite regularly now. Paul and the team have organised things, have already requested we're available for next year, so I'm sure we can be, and hopefully we'll do an even better job. I agree, Peter Brecker, that we should do more of the live streaming as often as we can. We do have the capabilities now. We also have the capabilities to live stream outdoors. We have a Starlink set up, so we can always access the internet. So I'm sure we will be seeing various flying activity throughout the year at the National Championships and potentially others. It looks like we have succeeded with some pylons for the air race. So here we go. We've got Paul going out into the flying area, leading Dawn, who is our, we shall call her our pylon host. Sorry about that. Change of microphone. The battery's finally gone dead. So now these may just look like some balloons filled with helium to you, but they are highly technical pylon racing pylons. And they just appear like balloons tied to some beer bottles. Yeah, an empty beer bottle. Right, we need Paul to herd some cats now, so we've got somebody to fly around them. Come on, Paul, you told me 5 o'clock for the pylon race. A few of our overseas competitors have already left, ferries to catch and such like, but we do have some competitors left. Right, it's not a race with just one of you. I think this is just a test flight to see how he gets on. Oops, oh dear. Well, that wasn't very good, was it? And I bet we've just put the pole away. Can we have the emergency retrieval pole, please? I think the pole might have left. Right, so we've got 2 pilots out there. 2 aircraft and 1 aircraft hanging up in the ceiling rafters. So I would say that was a relatively successful test flight. I think Paul and the team are actually just discussing and making up the rules as they go along to this bit. So it's very much an informal bit of fun to end off the weekend. We're gradually getting a few more heading out there for this. Has been a very enjoyable 2 days of flying, socialising, and generally having a good time. There's a large number of us tried out the local curry facilities last night, which was excellent. So our pole is now being assembled. It had been disassembled and put away, but I think we're having a little bit of a confusion with the pole. To put it as delicately as I can, I think he needs to shove it up the other end. Well, while the pole is being assembled, it is giving an opportunity for a few more people to get ready for this air race. Looks like we may have 6 or 7 people taking part in this. Right, here we go now. Please, it's still hung up. And down she comes. Oh, round of applause there for our pole man. Right, I still think our organising team are still finalising the rules for this. I'm going to suggest they all fly the same direction circuit. Of course, this could all be just a slight delaying tactic, just to give the scoring team the chance to finalise the final positions for all the different classes. Right. And the remaining people in the pits area are pulling up their chairs, ready for the, shall we call it, the air race spectacular. I'm liking the confidence here. They're putting the pole away. I think I'd have been tempted to leave it assembled just in case. I think Paul Rich, our chief organiser, is explaining what's going to happen here to them all, which is essentially is going to be turn left. And I'm going to wander out. We're going to have a listen in.
I'm saying. It's not specified, I think. Not like it used to be.
Yeah. Okay then. You
might as well entertain everybody at home.
Do you really want me to?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Welcome to the air race. I've got the microphone. I'm important. I wish I that was true. So what we'll do in terms of where the model lands, you can wind where it lands, but stay outside of other models if you can, and then you can launch the race slowly. But it must be outside the circuit of the balloons. Okay. Up to you how many winds you put on it. You know the strength and capacity of your motors. Tim, be careful how many winds. We don't want to get stuck up there.
They put the pole away now.
And we've put the pole away now. So if models get stuck up there, they're going to stay there till 2027. Seriously, have fun, enjoy. Pitman, please, we're trusting you to count the number of laps. And complete circuits only, yes. No, just no.
You stop halfway round, you can carry on and complete.
Yeah, but it won't be a full circuit until it's completed the circuit. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Is everybody clear on what we're going to do? Yeah, I'm glad you are, because I haven't got a clue. Thank you all very much. We will start shortly.
I think the klaxon's in that box.
You got the klaxon?
In the big plastic box.
Yeah, but you want to fly, don't you?
Yeah.
So is it time?
Yeah, it's so I'll keep an eye on the clock.
Okay. Right, so I've just been double checking. They have finally made the rules up. We have a 10-minute slot, and they have to do as many circuits as they can within the 10 minutes. So there will be, shall we say, somewhat frantic rewinding going along. So. I think I'm going to withdraw to safety at this point. They're off. So these highly tuned athletes preparing for their initial wind. It was rather like a Le Mans start there, wasn't it? And we've got our first one into the air and down onto the ground. So I think that might count as half a circuit. Oh, and another one into the air, but not for long. Now then, we definitely have some qualifying circuits now. I have no indication or information of what the aircraft are flying. So we've got yellow, blue, and a rather nifty cream-looking aircraft out there. So some frantic winding taking place now. So they have all been tested, have our athletes. We know some have been taking performance-enhancing donuts. Off they go. Oh dear, I'm mid-air there. And what did I say about putting the pole away? We knew we were going to need it. Can we have the pole, please? Of course, if we didn't put it away, we wouldn't need it. Interesting technique there. I think they were using the Douglas Adams method of flight. Throw it at the ground and hope it misses. I suppose the question has to be, will we get to 10 minutes with aircraft still capable of aviation? Some nice circuits there. So these teams are like very well-oiled machines. But some of them may be well-oiled with vodka. It's getting tangled in our highly technical pylons there. So we have had 5 minutes, and there has been literally some aviation taking place in those 5 minutes. We have more than, somewhere between one and more than one in terms of completed circuits. And there's our man with the pole now. And oops. Oh, we nearly had a bit of a crunching moment then. We hope those watching on the live stream are counting all these laps to make sure. We will review the footage later to make sure everybody's taking part in the spirit of the competition. That's some nice circuitry going on there now with the blue aircraft. And Mike Stewart's aircraft is doing some nice circuits as well, staying outside the pylons. Ooh. Now, this is a comedy moment as they are running round after this aircraft, which is flying round in circles. Surely just stand still and it comes back to you. Yeah, that was an excellent number of circuits completed by Mike Stewart there. And his aircraft too did a few. Now he's gone for large circuits there to ensure he doesn't cut the pylon. Oops. Oops. There's a very nice flight by this blue one flying round, but unfortunately, yes, I think he's just managed to get round the pylons there. 2 minutes left, we are told. Oh dear, we've lost a balloon. We'll have to send somebody up to get that out later on. Oh. Last few moments of frantic winding. Oh, that's Mike Stewart there again, demonstrating the art. Somebody said he was a bit of a wind-up merchant, and clearly he is. That's, we have 1 minute left, everybody. I think we've found the reason for this. I think the only reason we are having the air race is so Paul can let the air horn off at the end. So Paul is preparing himself now. He's got a button to press. So. So we are coming almost to the end of the 10-minute slot. Our high performance athletes are, that was a bit of a weedy press ball. There we go. So that's time up. So there will be some collation of the scores. There were literally some circuits conducted there, so hopefully somebody was counting them. Well done, everybody, for taking part there. We have I think we'll politely call that a ripple of applause. Disappointed there was no cheering. Hip, hip. No. Yeah, we had one there, one hooray. So well, that's it for the flying for this weekend. We've just got a bit of totting up to do for the scores of this, and then we have to prepare ourselves for some prize giving, I believe, and then packing up and home time.
John, how many laps? How many laps? 3. Yeah, 3.
With a wing and a half.
Right. On. None. None. Well, that was a little bit of fun there. They're just counting up.
We'll announce the winners.
Right. Just to keep you all in suspense, they're going to make you wait to find out who the winner was. I have a feeling I know who it was, but we're going to do the prize giving soon. But I can confidently declare that the winner scored more than 2. Right, so if you bear with us for a short while, we've to get the podium out and get prepared for some prize giving. Just stick with us if you can for a few minutes more out there on the in the internet. We're hoping to have the presentations in just a few more minutes. I would like to thank everybody who's watched online for your feedback. As I say, this is the first time we've done this. So constructive feedback is always very welcome. We will endeavour to improve as we go forward.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah, there's a few helpful comments on there about wider angles. Now, interestingly, a wider angle will make the model harder to see generally, but you know, perhaps we were using fairly small video camcorders for both of it. Occasionally switching to my Nikon Z8 for a little bit of it, which does give us better focusing, but I've also needed it for a number of other photographic duties, and it's battery powered, so the battery, when we had our blackout for a few minutes, that was the battery going flat. So Never mind the trophies, it looks like we've got bottles of beer. I think I'll take this opportunity to give a bit of a shout out to our sponsors, which help make these events financially viable. So I'm reading them off the backdrop, so I'm sorry if those online are having to look at my back for this. But a big shout out to the Motors and Rotors, to Aeromodeler Magazine, Formax, Permagrit Tools, Revived Planes, Wheel Spin Models and Hobbies, Flight Scale, Select Manufacturing, Model Shop Leads, Micro Aces, Model Fixings, the Vintage Model Company, Mike Woodhouse Free Flight Supplies, Southern Model Craft, the West London Model Aeroplane Club, and of course not forgetting the people that do make all this happen in the background, the BMFA Scale Technical Committee. And Mons, yes, who is, yes indeed, on the Scale Technical Committee and loading up tables into the van. You got your stuff?
Yeah, good. Okay, cool. Seriously.
Yeah. So we're almost ready for the presentations now. Give you a quick view of everybody watching with Bated breath. Everybody wave, come on. You can't all be that tired. Yeah, well, that was one person waving. Don't know why we bother. You ready? Right, I'm going to hand over to Paul Rich for our as Master of Ceremonies for the remainder of the afternoon. Over to you, Paul. There you go.
Thank you. Sorry if you couldn't hear me, the microphone's working now. I repeat what I said. Thank you everyone for being patient with us while we set everything up. Thank you for an amazing day. Let's get on with the prize giving. So at lunchtime, you'll remember we had a very keenly fought glider competition for the balcony. Well, I'm going to share the results with you now in descending order. So thank you to all our competitors, but in descending order, and there's prizes, In descending order, in third place in the glider competition was Lurk with his Kirby Prefect.
I only gave you one instruction, Paul.
And I've completed. Thank you, Lurk. This is all yours, sir. Enjoy. This is Black Country beer. It's brewed locally, and it is really good drink. So well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Look. He's excited about his beer.
Yeah, you were stood in the wrong spot for the photograph.
We want the photograph again. We missed the photograph opportunity.
It's good to see he's found his shoes.
This happened. We're going to photograph with me. Thank you. Thanks. Well done. Fantastic. In second place in the glider competition is Richard Crossley. Well done, Richard. And Richard, for coming second, gets 2 bottles of beer. So let's get your picture, Richard. There you go. Well done.
Great game.
Well done.
Very much.
And then finally, our winner in the glider competition, who gets 3 bottles of beer, is Tonda Alfrey. So there you go, Tonda.
What I have to do now?
I'll hold one for you. So. Thank you. Enjoy.
Thank you.
They look like they're slightly drunk before they start.
So now we get on to the certificates proper. And this is for the air race. And we're joined with Gordon Hannah, who's going to award the trophy to the winner. You remember that we award the Chris Strawn Memorial Trophy for this particular competition. So without further ado, and we've got obviously Mr. Ian Pallister, our BMFA chairman, to award the certificates to our winners. So again, in descending order, in third place in the air race with a stunning 14 laps and the most amazing repair you will ever see on the flying field ever, it's Mike Stewart.
Right, you got to climb,
Well done, Mike.
climb the ladder, I'm afraid. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so Nick's going to win. Okay. So in second place in the air race, just by one more lap, by 15 laps, it's Gary Flack. Well done, Gary.
Well done, Gary.
Thanks so much.
All right.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Gary. Okay, and our winner of the air race, who'll be taking home the Chris Strawn trophy, is none other than the person who got 16 laps, which is Nick Pepiat. Well done, Nick.
Well done.
So,
take BMFA official stuff first.
That's the official stuff first, yeah.
There we go.
Thank you. And Nick, before you go, Gordon's going to present the trophy to you.
Everybody, this trophy is in memory of Chris Strawn, who you will remember came here year in, year out, always made a mess of the air race because he didn't know the tangents of the circuit. However, this trophy is in his memory and has to be presented to the highest scoring model in the air race, which looks like an air race. Okay? Nick Pepiat, it's yours for you. Well done.
Right, group
Well
photo.
done, Gordon. Thank you very much. Thank you. You can take a seat if you want to now, but thank you. Thank you for doing that for us. And well done, our winners. Oh, be careful, guys. Nick, Gary, don't do it. Excellent stuff. Okay, then. Our next results to share with you all are in NoCal. And we've got a very unique situation because we've got two competitors tying in second place. So what we're going to have to do is one of you is going to have the bronze certificate, the other's going to have the silver, but we'll make sure that you do get a silver certificate. So we'll get both of you out at the same time, and Ian will present you with the certificates. So our two joint second places in NoCal are Chris Blanche and Raoul Lucasen.
Well done. Well done. Yes. There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you. You have to both on number two. Yes.
And Chris will make sure you get a silver certificate. Okay. So our winner in NoCal is a first-time entrant. And that's Colin Frey with his old Tiger Racer. So well done, Colin.
It's worth making the phone call, isn't it?
It was. Well done, you.
Quick one on the right.
So pistachio next. Yeah. So without further ado, moving on to our next class, which is pistachio. In third place, with his FW 190, is Richard Crossley. Oh, yeah, you can go now, guys. If you can. Sorry.
How come he's got a silver and I've got a bronze?
You'll swap it.
We'll sort it out. We'll make sure you get a silver.
No,
Oh,
it's all right.
we'll sort it, Chris. Well done, Richard. In second place, with his Lippish Storch, is Nick Pepiat.
Thank you, Ian, again. So.
Gold.
And then, in first place, in pistachio, with his Isaac's Fury, is Tonda Alfrey. Well done, Tonda.
The first of many.
Hey! Well done, gentlemen. So moving on, our next class is Peanut. And in third place, with his Nesmith Cougar, yes, we're calling him out the front again, is Nick Pepiat.
Won't go too far back.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, well done, Nick. In second place in Peanut, with his DH Moth Major, I beg your pardon, can't read, is George Kandelakis. Oh, I think may have left to get... No, here he is, he's hiding from me. George, that was naughty. Well done, my friend. I'm sure. I'm sure. Definitely yours. Fantastic, well done, George. And in first place in Peanut, with his F4 Corsair, Tonda L3.
Quick one that there, yes, right. Hit scale.
Yes.
And then against both of those, don't they?
Yeah.
That's to can back and that's to keep.
Yeah, so he can have his picture with that, but he's got to give it back for the dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Haddie, do you want to come forward? Haddie, we're going to do kid scale next, so if you can come forward. Thank you. Yeah, you haven't won, unfortunately. You wanted to award the trophy to the winner, but it's better to call you out rather than... Okay, so our next class is kid scale. In third place, with his Erco Coupe, Chris Blanche.
Thank you. Oh, I've got a quick picture. Yeah. Thank you.
Well done, Chris. In second place in kid scale with his Taylorcraft, Stephen Haynes.
Excellent. Nice to see a new face. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So our winner in kid scale will be awarded the Mike Galby Memorial Trophy at the BMFA dinner in November. But we've got the trophy here for him to pose with, but he must give it back. And he'll also be taking on the wonderful VMC kit scale trophy, which Haddie Khan of VMC will award. So without further ado, you all want to know wins, didn't you? With his P51 Mustang, Richard Crossley.
Change the rules for next year.
Do you want to have your photograph taken with that as well, Richard?
Oh, okay.
It does move. You haven't broke it. Okay, thank you. And if I take that back from you, and if I give this to Haddie, he will then give it to you to keep permanently. So,
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I just say a quick word about the trophy?
Yes, I will.
Yeah. Yeah. For those of you who aren't familiar with it, this Mike Golby Trophy, which is for kit scale, Mike and I were the two inaugurated of the kit scale class, came up with the idea, and sadly Mike died very shortly afterwards. So in his memory, this is a solid silver model of Mike's Peanut Clipwing Cub. So the colour scheme that's etched into this is the same as the Clipwing Cub, which is actually Hazel Sig's peanut, her Piper Cub. So hopefully it will be properly polished for the dinner in November. So there you go.
Thank you, Ian. And to round off kit scale, another trophy award there to the highest placed very true flight model has been won this year with his Jodel. Where's that man? Graham Banham. This is yours, Graham. Which I think you had it last year, didn't you? Well done. Do you want to have your photograph took with Ian? Well done, Graham. Okay, then on to our open classes then. We'll start off with open CO2 and electric. Give him a chance to put his trophy down. In third place with his Armstrong Whitworth enzyme is Graham Banham.
Sorry, open.
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 It's that one, sorry.
Yeah, toilet.
Yeah.
No, there we go. Okay.
In second place in CO2 and electric with his Curtis Condor, Tonda Alfrey. And our winner in CO2 electric for 2026 with his gorgeous Grumman duck is Richard Crossley.
Very well towards the end of the day.
Yeah, the last one, it slowly got better.
Okay, do intermediate next year. Okay, slightly out of sequence. Oh, sorry. Be careful. Oh my goodness me. Yeah. I think Richard just started on his beer from the glider race. Be careful. Okay then, slightly out of sync, but that's my fault. We'll go back to our intermediate class. Again, very keenly fought for 2026. Without further ado, with his Myers M1 Special, in third place is Paul Howie.
Thanks. Well done. Brilliant. Good effort. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Photoshop.
Fantastic. In second place, in intermediate, with his Blackburn Ripon, Mike Stewart.
Is that right?
And then in first place in intermediate, with his Farman Postal, John Cooper. Well done, John.
Brilliant. Well done.
Thank you.
Right. Finally.
Okay.
Yep.
So on to our final class, which is open rubber. In third place with his DH Moth Major is George Kandarakis.
No comments.
Well done, George.
Even without the tail skin.
Yes, of course.
Okay, on to second place in open rubber with his Blackburn, bit of a theme here, Blackburn Shark, Mike Stewart. Thank you very much. And in first place in open rubber for 2026 with his Roland C2A, Tundra Alfrey.
You go right, I understand.
Thank you.
Right, okay. Do you want me to just say a few words and I'll over to you to close? Is that
Yes,
okay?
yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Andy. Fantastic event. Thank you all for your support. Without you coming along and supporting us, we wouldn't have a competition. So we're really grateful for you making this such a special event and a highlight of the indoor free flight and radio control calendar. I need to say thank you to my marvellous organising team. I'm not going to name them and shame them because they'll get embarrassed, but thank you to every single one of you for doing an absolutely amazing job in ensuring that the day went so smoothly and for ensuring that everything worked as it should. So without you doing your job so effectively, we wouldn't have such a good event. So please give our helpers a real big round of applause. For our female helpers who've helped us with the setting things up yesterday and today, Mons, Dawn and Ali, can you wait to the end? Because I've got a little bit of something to give you to show our appreciation for all your hard work. So again, can we just give a round of applause for our female helpers? Okay, I'm going to hand over to Ian to close the event in a moment, but just so you're aware, dates for your diary for 2027, we've booked the hall here for next year's Radio Control and Free Flight Indoor Nationals on the 24th and 25th of April. They're provisional dates at the moment, but we've got them in the diary. So we thought we'd share them with you so you could get it in your diary and start making your plans to get building for next year. So thank you for listening, and over to Ian for the final word.
Thank you,
Ian.
Paul. Well, as Paul said, it takes a huge team to put together this event. So certainly on behalf of the BMFA, thank you very much, all of you who've contributed to that. But it wouldn't all work without someone pulling the strings and coordinating it all. And Paul's done a fantastic job over the last several months pulling it all together.
3 years. 3 years now.
3 years. I did it for 5 years, and I know how much stress it takes. So thanks for that.
Thank you, Ian. That's very kind of you.
Great, quick round of applause for Paul.
Thank you.
Another note for your diaries, if you haven't had your head under a pillow for the last couple of years, the BMFA UK were awarded the 2026 F4 Scale World Championships by the FAI, which will be taking place at Buckminster in the middle of July over a period of about 10 days. We're going to have the best in the world traveling from 6 continents, from South America, from the USA, from Europe, Asia. Should promises to be a terrific event, which Graham Kennedy and his team have been working on for several years. It's getting awfully close now, just over a couple of months away, so it's getting very real. Because of the space at Buckminster, tickets are going to be limited for spectators. So if you'd like to come along to that, please keep an eye out on the Scale World Champs website and get your bids in early if you want a ticket to come and see the best of the best. We will be live streaming it, and big thanks to Andy, who's been running the live stream over this weekend, not only for our benefit, but as a trial for the World Championships. And we've had some pretty good feedback from those who've been following us online. And if they are still online, thank you all those who have been watching us.
Thank you.
And we look forward to welcoming you back in July at Buckminster. Just remains for me to thank you all for your perseverance. It's been a long day, a long weekend, really. Pretty tiring, so take care on the roads on the way back. Watch out for the smart motorways. They're there to catch you out. And we look forward to seeing you back here again next year. So thank you all very much.
Brilliant.
Right.
Cheers, mate. I'll be, don't be going yet.
Right, everybody, we're going to sign off from the live stream now. Thank you for everybody who's joined us. Thank you for your
I'll email them to you.
kind comments and putting up with my very